Chapter 694. What divine messenger? The black-robed man had purplish-white skin, crimson eyes, and a pair of black horns on his head. Were these the hallmarks of a true demon? Even though the pair of bat-like wings had been withdrawn, this was definitely a true demon, right? Xiao Cho scratched his head with a dumbstruck expression. He really didn't know where this true demon had come from. He turned to Enlin with a perplexed expression, as if to ask if he should cooperate with Enlin's performance. Enlin nodded with a nonchalant expression. "There's no need to be so polite, little demon." Xiao Cho immediately adopted a profound expression as he turned to Wei Ji with a benevolent smile. Wei Ji raised his head, only to be greeted by the sight of a bone-chilling smile. There were sharp, bloodthirsty teeth in the woman's mouth, and the freckles all over her body sent chills down Wei Ji's spine. Her nostrils were tilted upward as if they were going to engulf everything, and her eyes were like a pair of miniature suns, threatening to pierce through his chest. Wei Ji shuddered, as expected of one of the divine messengers. He crawled up from the ground with great difficulty before forcing a smile onto his face. "All right, Big Brother Cho." He looked around with a nervous expression, and when his gaze fell upon Enlin and the fairy on his shoulder, he fell to his knees with a thump. This lowly demon pays his respects to the goddess. Holy **T, the divine maiden had appeared again. Wei Ji was so excited and nervous that he was even stuttering. "You may rise." Tina spoke in a crisp, pleasant voice. "This is just a clone of mine. My name is Tina, and I'm responsible for surviving in this world." "All right, I understand. Goddess Tina." Wei Ji stood up in a respectful manner, but his heart was racing. To be able to interact with the legendary god of creation was something that many creatures dreamed of. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally had to perform well. Wei Ji was really nervous. Were there any unspoken rules when interacting with the most powerful goddess in that world? Did he have to take off his clothes? What should he say? How could he appear extremely loyal? Would he appear too stiff if he just stood there without moving? Would the goddess of creation be very disappointed in him? It's over, it's over. How can I make the goddess satisfied with me? I'm so nervous. Just as Wiki's mind was in a mess, and he was getting more and more worried, another huge white dog appeared. Holy **CK. Big Brotherin, where did this true demon come from? Woof. Debai's hair stood on end as he glared at Wiki. Don't be nervous. He's a pioneer from that world responsible for conquering this world. His name is Wiki. Wei Ji, allow me to introduce you. This is Debai, also a god spokesperson. Wiki knelt down with a thud and said fervently, "Little demon Wiki pays his respects to Big Brother Bai." Debai, "Get up, little brother Ki, woof. Follow Brother Bai, and you'll have plenty of dog food, woof." On the other hand, Debai easily got into character and didn't need Enlin's reminder at all. Wiki nodded like a chicken pecking at rice before slowly standing up. The dog food wasn't important. As long as it was from Oracle Debai, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid if he had to eat half a kilogram of it. He then followed Enlin to meet the other gods' messengers, including Bryce, Xiao Hong, Xiao Zhe, Little Lang, and Shuezhantian. He was surprised to discover that all of these oracles possessed extremely terrifying auras. Some of the oracles were even countless times more powerful than the most powerful being in that world, General Hong Song. That was quite terrifying. How could such powerful oracles be unable to conquer this world? Just how terrifying was this world? With this in mind, Wiki's entire body trembled. The more difficult and challenging something was, the more he liked it. Tina was very excited to successfully transfer living beings from the divine mirror world, but she repressed her excitement for the sake of her dignity as a goddess. "Little Na, how many living beings can you transfer at once?" And Lin transmitted his voice to her. "As long as I have enough power, I can transfer as many living beings as I want." Tina replied with a smug expression. Gasp. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. Even though there weren't many powerful beings in the divine mirror world, there were close to 100 soul formation stage beings. This was a force to be reckoned with, even on the entire Tai Chu continent. We're in no hurry. Let's give Wiki a taste of this world first, then send him back to the divine mirror world. And Lin transmitted his voice to Enlin. In reality, he wasn't in a hurry to recruit powerful beings. He was going to let the powerful beings in the divine mirror world develop first before recruiting them when he needed them. Let's prepare some cultivation methods and cultivation resources and store them in the God's realm. There's no need for that. In the divine mirror world, I can use my authority to create my own cultivation methods and techniques. There are 5 types of cultivation methods and techniques, namely yellow, dark, earth, heaven, and divine. We'll just use those as rewards. As for resources, we'll use the resources in the divine mirror world. Tina's voice sounded again, and Lin's eyes widened. Holy F asterisk CK. You can create your own cultivation methods and techniques? What the hell is divine rank? How powerful is that? It's very powerful. As for how powerful it is, I've seen Emperor Tianhuang's chaotic lightning. Aside from the power of the Tao integration stage, it's probably slightly more powerful than Emperor Tianhuang's lightning techniques. Tina transmitted her voice to Enlin. More powerful than Emperor Tianhuang. Holy F asterisk CK. That was one of the 5 emperors of the celestial court, Emperor Tianhuang. And Lin stared at Tina with astonishment on his face. Little Na, are you trying to defy the natural order? Why would I defy the natural order? I'm the heavens. Tina pursed her lips as she sat on Enlin's shoulder and tugged on Enlin's hair. And Lin almost knelt down in front of this cheating, mighty figure. It's just that the divine rank cultivation methods and techniques are too complex and powerful. At the current cultivation basis of the living beings in the divine mirror stage, they might explode from overeating. Let's wait until they progress to the return to void stage before giving them the rewards, Tina added. And Lin stared at Tina with a scorching light in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Tina's legs were too small, he would have pounced on her a long time ago. He transmitted his voice with excitement. Hurry up and teach me. My constitution is so good that I won't explode from overeating. Hurry up and teach me the divine rank cultivation methods and techniques. Tina, my cultivation methods and techniques can only be taught to living beings in the divine mirror world. I feel like there's some kind of restriction in this world. I can't even record those cultivation methods or techniques through some kind of medium. I can only learn them myself or pass them down to the living beings of the divine mirror world in the form of thoughts. And Lin was quite disappointed to hear this. However, he suddenly grasped a key point. You can learn them yourself? Can the techniques and moves you've learned be used in this world? They can. I've already invented 9 extremely powerful techniques and 2 extremely powerful cultivation methods. Tina transmitted her voice with a wide grin. For example, this. She waved a hand through the air, and the space around them instantly transformed into a vast sea of stars. Aside from the stars, there was nothing else. It was vast and empty, and there seemed to be a song sounding from afar amid the boundless tranquility, making one's entire body and consciousness relax. All of the living beings in the dorm room, regardless of whether they were the return to void initial stage Little Lang, the primordial dragon tribe Shao, Zay at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, or Enlin with his initial success stage body of the war god, all closed their eyes and fell into a blissful sleep. Chapter 695. Tina looked at everyone who had been hypnotized, and she clapped her hands together 3 times. The crisp claps seemed to have broken the silence of the starry sky, as if some kind of dream realm had been shattered. Xiao Zhe was the first to spring up, and he looked around with shock and horror on his face. Who dares to knock me out? I knocked myself out. Tina snapped. Xiao Zhe stared at Tina with shock and horror on his face. You're already this powerful. He was in disbelief. He was at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. But he had been knocked unconscious by a fairy who was only comparable to a return to void initial stage mighty figure. Just how powerful must this spell technique be? Little Lang was also staring at Tina with astonishment on his face. He had been knocked unconscious without even the slightest bit of precaution. If Tina was an enemy, wouldn't that mean that he would have been insta-killed? That's all because you weren't wary of me. If you were facing a real enemy, things wouldn't have been so simple. Tina was quite modest, but she still wore a smug smile on her face as she looked at Enlin, who had just crawled up from the ground, as if she was waiting for a compliment. Enlin massaged his brows, and he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Little Na, your spell technique targets one's consciousness directly? Even my body of the war, God's consciousness, was unable to keep it at bay. That's so powerful." After saying this, he rubbed Tina's head with his fingers. Tina seemed to be extremely elated with a dainty smile on her face. Wei Ji turned pale with fright upon seeing this. Spokesperson Enlin, why you dare to do something like that to our goddess? In his eyes, rubbing the head of a paramount goddess was a blatant act of blasphemy. Enlin and Tina both faltered upon hearing this. Both of them had forgotten that there was an idiotic true demon here. He still had to continue acting. His persona could not be destroyed. Goddess Tina's clone is too weak in this world. So I've always acted as her #1 caretaker and protector. That's why she's so close to me. Do you have a problem with that? A golden light flashed through Enlin's eyes as he spoke, as if he were a god looking down upon all the ants in the world. Wei Ji's face turned pale with fright. He was intimidated by Enlin's terrifying aura and didn't dare to say anything else. Enlin regained his warm expression and smiled. Let's go, Wiki. I'll show you around this world. Wei Ji was quite excited to hear this, and the two of them flew out of the dormitory. Xiaoxian United University had always been a place of beauty and beauty. It was surrounded by colorful clouds, immortal mountains, and countless talented individuals. Wei Ji saw countless immortals with terrifying auras. He didn't think that there would be hundreds of soul formation cultivators on such a small floating island. This was a terrifying number. Just as the two of them flew across the sky, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately afterward, a man with bushy eyebrows and large eyes emerged from the crack. He looked at Wiki with an aura as deep as the sea, and he was more powerful than any other being Wiki had seen aside from Goddess Tina. Wei Ji was astonished by the man's spatial tearing technique. This was a power he had never seen before. The man with bushy eyebrows and large eyes looked at Wei Ji before turning to Enlin with a disgruntled expression. Can't you just calm down, brat? Why did you bring another true demon into the university this time? This man was none other than Vice Principal Yuhua. He had detected the presence of the true demon through the spell formation. One had to realize that the true demon tribe was quite hostile toward humans, and as the vice principal, he immediately rushed over here in fear. However, upon arriving here, he discovered that this unknown being had been brought here by Enlin again. Yu Hua's expression darkened. There had been a lot of strange beings appearing on the university recently. There were snow soul beasts that were so adorable that they made all the female students scream. Fairies that were so beautiful that they drew the attention of all the male students, and blood tribe return to void stage mighty figures who were violent and bloodthirsty. All of those things had appeared because of Enlin. Now he was finally attacking a true demon? Impudent! How dare you insult God's spokesperson? Do you have a death wish? Wei Ji roared with rage at the sight of Vice Principal Yuhua, referring to the mighty god's spokesperson as a brat. Vice Principal Yuhua was completely dumbstruck. He turned to Enlin as if to ask, "What's a god spokesperson, and where did you find this idiot?" Enlin hurriedly transmitted his voice to Enlin to explain, "Wei Ji is my servant. He's not an idiot, and he's always thought that I was God's spokesperson, which is why he decided to follow me. Vice Principal Yuhua was also privy to some secrets. In this day and age, even blood tribe mighty figures could become Enlin's servants, so it wasn't all that strange for a true demon to become Enlin's servant. Don't always wander around with these strange beings. It's not good if you scare some students. Vice Principal Yuhua tore open a spatial rift and departed after issuing a short reprimand. Wei Ji, please be more careful with your words next time. My identity in this world is a student of this school, understand? And Lin reverted back to his authoritative self as he shot a glance at Wei Ji. Wei Ji shuddered at the sight of this, and he immediately lowered his head in an apologetic manner. I was wrong. I won't do that again. God's spokesperson. Do you think that man is powerful? And Lin suddenly asked. He's very powerful. At the very least, I feel like he's more powerful than any of us in our world. It's as if he's a being on a completely different level, Wei Ji replied truthfully. And Lin nodded and was quite pleased with Wei Ji's answer. What if I told you that there are living beings of a higher level than him in this world? Wei Ji was completely astonished this time, and he stared blankly at Enlin. Enlin didn't say anything. Instead, he flew out of the campus with Wei Ji and arrived at an even more expansive floating continent. Here, there were countless immortal mountains and boundless auspicious qi. There were countless majestic pavilions and countless immortals traversing through them. The 5 imperial palaces glowed with a resplendent light, as if they were massive pillars that held up the entire universe. This was the true core of the celestial court, the most sacred place in the kingdom of the 9 states. Wei Ji was only able to gaze into the distance from the clouds, and he was already deeply astonished by the spectacular scenery. And Lin didn't take Wei Ji any further in. Instead, he spoke in an indifferent voice. I've only shown you a corner of this world. There are many other powers of this level in this world. Do you understand how difficult it is to conquer this world now? Wei Ji nodded with difficulty. Just the immortals that had appeared before him were already powerful enough to strike despair into his heart. The scenes of immortals in this world were like eternal sceneries that had been engraved into his mind. His horizons had been completely broadened, and his heart throbbed as his body trembled uncontrollably. This world is very terrifying, but it's also very inspiring and exciting. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Wei Ji's face as a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Very good, very good. Only a world like this is worth conquering. And Lin's lips twitched slightly as he looked at the sinister smile on Wei Ji's face. Did this be asterisk start awaken, some kind of strange trait again? Chapter 696. And Lin took Wei Ji on a simple tour of the celestial court. But this experience was an indescribably massive blow to Wei Ji. Prior to Wei Ji's return to the divine mirror world, and Lin had given him a copy of the records of the Kingdom of the 9 States and a copy of the records of the Tai Chu continent. Do what you have to do and wait for God's next invitation, and Lin said in a slow voice. Wei Ji nodded firmly. Goddess Tina, spokesperson in Lin, I won't disappoint you. A white light flashed, and Wei Ji and Tina disappeared on the spot. A figure slowly descended from the white sacrificial altar in the central city of the true demon tribe. At this moment, the true demon tribe was holding a banquet with the representatives of the other 8 tribes to celebrate their successful burn. Tui. They were celebrating the appearance of a divine miracle. However, a figure suddenly appeared and attracted the attention of countless powerful beings. They were dumbstruck again as they looked at the slowly descending figure. Their expressions stiffened, but they were roaring with rage in their hearts. Weren't you just taken away by God and sent to the new world? How the F***CK did you come back so soon? A one-day trip to the new world. They had only just managed to resolve the awkwardness at the banquet. In the end, the true demon that had brought them endless nightmares and embarrassment had appeared again. The raucous atmosphere began to die down as over 100,000 powerful beings all turned to look at Wei Ji. Awkwardness was spreading. After all, not too long ago, everyone was still clamoring to burn this true demon to death. In the end, this true demon was blessed by God and was taken away. That was a slap to the face, and they were all extremely embarrassed. Wei Ji stood at the center of the sacrificial altar, and the moonlight shone down upon his body, creating a layer of holy light. There was no hint of complacency on his face. He was still as devout as ever, and his heart was still burning with passion. There was a white jade pendant that glowed with a faint light. This was a jade pendant that Goddess Tina had bestowed upon him, and it could be used in the divine mirror world. To put it in simpler terms, as long as he wore this jade pendant, he would never die. No one would be able to kill him. God was immune to death, so he would never die. Wei Ji looked at the numerous pairs of eyes that converged on him with an indifferent expression, but his fighting spirit was soaring. He raised his head and said in a clear voice, "Next, let me talk about the situation in the new world." In the small attic, Lin yawned and began to meditate with his eyes closed. There were no more tasks at the end of the term, so the students had left the campus one after another. Some returned to their sects, some cultivated in seclusion, and some went out to gain experience. Su Xiaolan also had to return to the sect to observe the power of the holy vermilion flame. After all, ever since she obtained the vermilion bird bloodline, her understanding of the holy vermilion flame had become more and more profound, so the annual intimacy with the holy vermilion flame was a must. Lin and Lu Qianhuan had agreed to find the location of the 4-9 sect's headquarters in 2 days. This was an important matter. After this, Su Xiaolan, Xin Yuancheng, and the others would also come to participate in this grand undertaking. Right now, he had to recuperate first. After all, he was a sect leader, so he had to be energetic. No, he was most likely the founder of the 4-9 sect. The more Lin thought about it, the more intrigued he became, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He was in a very good mood. The moon set and the sun rose. Facing the rays of the morning sun, a rhythmic knocking sound came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Dabai ran to open the door excitedly and pulled it open with his paw, only to be greeted by the sight of an exquisitely beautiful woman. The woman wore a plain Taoist robe with a pink sash around her waist, accentuating her slender waist. Her features were gentle and beautiful, and her eyes were as clear as autumn water, giving onlookers a sense of closeness and intimacy. "So it's the piggy bank, Woof. Are you looking for Big Brotherin?" Dabai blurted out as soon as he saw the woman before him. The warm smile on the woman's face immediately froze upon hearing Dabai's words of endearment. Was this really what kind of F** king beast pet was like its owner? They had only just met, and she was already feeling heartbroken? "I'm not a piggy bank pet. I have a name." Lin Junjun replied with a serious expression. Dabai's expression faltered upon hearing this, and only then did he realize that he had let the cat out of the bag. It was all in Lin's fault for always talking about the piggy bank pet when he didn't have any money, and he had gotten used to calling her that. That was the daughter of the Celestial Darch. How could he call her that? "Celestial Maiden Tianyu, I was wrong. Please don't take it to heart, Woof." Dabai immediately put on a pitiable yet adorable expression as he stuck out his tongue. Lin Junjun couldn't be bothered to argue with a dog, and she waved a hand. "Isn't Lin home? I need to talk to him about something." He's home. Even if he's not home, he has to come home now that you're here." Dabai invited Lin Junjun in with a fawning expression before running to Lin's room and slapping Lin with his paws to wake him up. Slap, slap, slap. Slap, slap, slap. "Dabai, I'm going to sleep with the evergreen technique for 2 days. If you can't give me a reasonable reason for slapping me like that, then don't blame me for greeting you with my mountain-quaking fist." And Lin touched his bright red face as he sat up and said coldly, "Celestial Maiden Tianyu is currently in the main hall looking for you." "Woof." Dabai said, "Tianyu? Oh, it's the piggy bank girl. And Lin came to a sudden realization. Although he was reluctant, he still struggled to get up. Lin Junjun was sitting in the living room. So how could a conversation in such a small space escape her sharp ears? When she heard Lin refer to her by her nickname, her chest constricted again. She unconsciously clenched her fists, but she did not know how to react, because she was indeed here to deliver money. And Lin walked out with a smile on his face. "Welcome, celestial maiden Tianyu. What can I do for you?" Lin Junjun's lips twitched imperceptibly as she looked at Lin's warm smile. What a hypocrite. I'm here to see the little war god of the celestial court. Lin Junjun supported her chin with her hand, and her voice was especially soft and gentle, tugging at Lin's heartstrings like mist. If you're really here to pay your respects to the little war god, why don't you help me ask Emperor Ziwei when he's going to give me his inheritance? And Lin's mood instantly soured upon hearing about the little war god of the celestial court. The homeroom teacher had told Lin before that if Emperor Ziwei didn't do anything, he would sacrifice himself for the sake of his students and go ask Emperor Ziwei. And the result? He didn't even dare to let out a fart. Lin Junjun saw that Lin's expression suddenly darkened at the mention of the little war god. This meant that she had stabbed him in his sore spot. For some reason, Lin Junjun was very happy, and the smile on her face became a little livelier. Emperor Ziwei is so busy every day. I'm just a weak and gentle little girl. What right do I have to ask him for his inheritance? Lin Junjun's clear and bright eyes focused on Lin. Aren't you the little war god of the celestial court? You have to obtain your own inheritance. How can you always rely on outsiders? And Lin's expression darkened even further. He was afraid that he would be beaten up by Emperor Ziwei. What would he do if Emperor Ziwei was still angry? Just the thought of being insulted by a true god was terrifying. Lin Junjun was even more elated at the sight of Lin's disgruntled expression, and she was practically dancing with joy. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, this trip was so worth it. Just these 2 waves of retaliation had already allowed her to recoup her losses. Next, she had to launch an even more ferocious offensive. Chapter 697. And Lin didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer. What do you want from me? A faint smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face. Didn't I tell you? I'm just here to see our celestial court hero, the little war god. And Lin, little war god of the celestial court hero? Why does this title sound like it's from a young anime? Then have you seen enough? And Lin snapped. No, it's not enough no matter how much I look. Lin Junjun pursed her lips, and there was a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. Goosebumps appeared all over Lin's body. If Su Xiaolan were to hear this, he would probably be slapped to death. All right, I concede. You win this time, I concede defeat. Hurry up and get to the point. And Lin heaved a resigned sigh. All right, I'm here to collect information on the Purple Star ruins again. Lin Junjun raised her chin with an extremely confident expression. I'm going to collect the rest of the information in one go. Oh, you're so generous? Are you sure you can afford it? And Lin also smiled, but his smile was filled with nonchalance. Lin Junjun chuckled. Of course I can afford it. And it's wealth that you can't even imagine. Wealth that I can't even imagine. And Lin's interest was piqued as he blinked. One had to realize that he was a super tycoon in the cultivation world, a mighty figure that was even richer than him. He didn't dare to say anything about Dao integration stage mighty figures, but aside from Chang, no return to void stage mighty figure was richer than him. I brought this many spirit stones with me. Lin Junjun extended her slender fingers and gestured in front of Lin with a smug expression. For 100 million spirit stones? And Lin exclaimed with joy. Lin Junjun's body swayed as she glared at Lin. Are you *King robbing me? Is that lousy information worth 400 million? You're the one who said that this is an unimaginable amount of wealth. If it's not 400 million, then what's there to be proud of? And Lin said disdainfully, Lin Jun. She had wanted Enlin to guess 4 million spirit stones, and then she would proudly tell Enlin that it was 40 million. In the end, Enlin suddenly said 400 million, which scared the hell out of her. Okay. 40 million spirit stones? I have about 40 million spirit stones in my storage ring now. Filthy Tycoon and wore a nonchalant expression as he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Jun. In the end, it's still poverty that has limited your imagination. You think that this is wealth that I can't even begin to imagine. But little did you know that this wealth is completely unattractive to me. Lin Jun felt as if a sword had been stabbed into her heart again. Also, haven't you heard about what happened in the ancient Tai Chu realm? I flaunted my wealth in front of everyone and tossed out 99 golden realm essence crystals. You should know how many spirit stones one golden realm essence crystal is worth, right? And Lin pressed. 1 million spirit stones. Lin Jun recalled that incident. Apparently, it had caused quite a stir in the celestial court, but she didn't convert it into wealth at the time. Now that she thought about it, which means that I had 100 million spirit stones at the time. Even if you put 400 million spirit stones in front of me, it's not an amount that I can't even begin to imagine. And Lin crossed his arms and chuckled lightly. So, Celestial Maiden Tianyu, please don't even think about flaunting your wealth in front of me in the future. I, Filthy Tycoon, and really don't care. Boom. Lin Jun was a little dazed by Lin's words. She was very angry, but she couldn't find any words to refute him. So even though she had brought 40 million spirit stones here, he was still treating her as a poor C***. Lin Jun's features paled slightly, and she gritted her teeth as she faced Lin's disdainful gaze. I'm not here to flaunt my wealth. Same price. I'll give you 40 million spirit stones for the rest of the purple star information. Oh, I'm not selling it. And Lin waved a hand with a resigned expression. I don't lack money. To be honest, I don't even know how to spend the tens of millions of spirit stones in my storage ring. He heaved a forlorn sigh as he spoke, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. This was actually the truth. He was a very easy person to be content with what he had. It was exactly because of this that he was still living the life of an ordinary person even after suddenly becoming rich. So many spirit stones were so difficult to spend. PFFF. Lin Jun threw up a mouthful of blood as she stared at Lin with a deathly pale expression. She had painstakingly raised 40 million spirit stones, and she was planning to wipe out all of Lin's information in one go in order to complete her mission. However, the response she received was, I don't lack money? Not selling. You're picking on me again. Lin Jun's brows were furrowed with rage, but there was a hint of sobbing in her clear voice. This was like going bankrupt to buy a treasure, only to have the boss tell you, I don't love money, I'm not selling, piss off. Lin Jun felt like she had been dealt another heavy blow. I'm really not picking on you. Spirit stones really aren't attractive to me anymore. And Lin massaged his brows with a serious expression. You're bullying me. If you don't want to sell, then what else can I do? You're bullying me. Lin Jun glowered at Lin with tears welling up in her eyes. She felt extremely aggrieved. She couldn't beat him up, nor could she leave, as the information regarding the Purple Star ruins only existed in Lin's hands now. If Lin didn't sell, then she wouldn't have a chance to obtain it, and she would never be able to complete that mission. And Lin didn't think that he would make Lin Jun cry again. Why did he say again? Let's not talk about that for now. He looked at the woman before him who was on the verge of a mental breakdown and pondered for a moment before proposing, How about this? Spirit stones aren't attractive to me anymore, but you can exchange them with treasures. Are there any treasures that can't be bought with spirit stones? Lin Jun looked at Lin with an aggrieved expression. Of course there are. Things like vermilion bird origin treasures and other divine tools. Aren't they all priceless? And Lin replied with a serious expression. Lin Junjun was on the verge of tears. That's too much. Things like that are all priceless. How am I supposed to get them for you? I can buy them myself if they have a price. And Lin replied with a nonchalant expression. Lin Junjun glared at Enlin, and Enlin stared back at her. At this moment they had fallen into a vicious cycle again. Wah! Don't cry! Lin Junjun's sobs abruptly stopped as she stared at Enlin with tears streaming down her face. Crying won't solve any problems. A woman's tears are useless to me. And Lin waved a hand with a haughty expression. Lin Junjun wiped away her tears and murmured, So be it, I'll just cry in front of my father. You're bullying me. And Lin's heart trembled upon hearing this. The celestial Darch found out that he was bullying his daughter? He was King screwed. Ahem. Celestial Maiden Tianyu, we can talk about this slowly. Don't cry, okay? It doesn't have to be a divine tool. Anything else is fine too. And Lin didn't have a chance to resist for long before he immediately relented, and a signature fawning smile appeared on his face. Uff! Lin Junjun burst into laughter as she looked at Enlin with a smile that was like a white lotus blooming in the rain. All right, I was just trying to scare you. Look at you! Do I look like the type of person who would rely on their father for everything? And Lin grumbled in his heart. Wasn't that the case? If it weren't for the fact that she was afraid of the celestial Darch, Lin Junjun would have been pressed into the ground by him at any moment to teach her what it meant to be a filthy, rich tycoon. Lin Junjun's mood seemed to have improved significantly after she had made a small comeback, and she also took a step back before turning to Enlin with a serious expression. Then tell me, what type of treasure do you want? I'll do my best to get it for you, and I guarantee that it'll be as valuable as the information you provided. Chapter 698. And Lin's eyes lit up upon hearing that Lin Junjun really did have a chance to obtain some priceless treasures. People were like this. Once they became very rich, if something could be easily bought with money, then that thing would not be as precious as before. At times like this, the rich would often turn their attention to things that were very difficult to buy with money, like love. Love wasn't something that could be bought just because you wanted to. Wrong. For example, rare collectibles or items that had historical significance. In the immortal cultivation world, it would be a priceless treasure or an item that could not be measured by spirit stones. For example, the divine rank, which was one rank higher than the immortal rank. Divine medicines, divine pills, divine tools, and so on. Or, for example, some special items couldn't be evaluated by the immortal rank or the divine rank. For example, the vermilion bird origin treasure, which was forged by a mighty figure and was already imbued with the power of laws. It was something that could only be obtained through luck and was extremely valuable. Even though the vermilion bird mirror had a bad temper and wasn't very pleasant to the ear, its ability to reflect attacks 100% of the time was still very useful in battle. Let me think, I don't lack offensive items anymore. As for defense, my divine body is so powerful. And Lin's expression was one of confusion and contemplation, clearly unsure of what he was missing. Lin Junjun was enraged, and she glared at Enlin with rage in her eyes. If you're so powerful, why don't you just ascend to the heavens? You're invincible anyway. I might as well give you a trophy. And Lin couldn't be bothered to retort. He really didn't know what he needed. How about we meet another day? He hesitated momentarily. Lin Junjun. The woman sat upright on the chair, somewhat unable to suppress her great, desolate power. Don't be rash. How about this? Tell me what you can give me. And Lin had no choice but to let Lin Junjun take the initiative. Lin Junjun thought carefully about what she could exchange with Enlin before replying. The treasures that can satisfy your requirements are usually stored in the treasure pavilions of the 5 imperial palaces. Even if they can be exchanged, they have to be approved by the immortal emperors first. How about this? I'll tell you a few treasures that have a high probability of being exchanged, and it's up to you to decide whether or not to exchange them." And Lin nodded upon hearing this and put on an expression that indicated that he was all ears. The first item is the Heavenly Emperor Pavilion's 1,000 Possibility Box. Normally, it needs to be recharged with vital energy. During battle, the 1,000 Possibility Box will be activated to unleash spell techniques that are compatible with its owner's power. Its power is sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it's strong, it can release power that surpasses the limits of its master. When it's weak, it's also very weak. This item is part of my father's prized collection, so if I ask him for it, there's a high chance that he'll agree. Lin Junjun looked at Lin with a faint smile. Needless to say, the first item had moved in Lin's heart. The 1,000 Possibility Box was definitely going to be fun to play with. Lin Junjun continued. As for the second item, it's the Divine Light Umbrella of the Ziwei Pavilion. When activated, it can conjure up bizarre illusions that can decide the outcome of a battle in one fell swoop. As long as one's consciousness is powerful enough, a cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage can use it to trap a cultivator of the soul formation stage. When used by a cultivator of the soul formation stage, even a cultivator of the return to void stage will fall into a momentary daze. When used by a cultivator of the return to void stage, a cultivator of the same cultivation base will definitely fall into an illusionary realm. And Lin was extremely excited. This item was an extremely powerful weapon that could allow one to battle above their cultivation base. A cheat-like life should be complemented by a cheat-like weapon like this. The third item is the Heavenly Emperor Pavilion's Divine Lightning Bell. When activated, it can draw upon the lightning of heaven and earth to unleash extremely powerful lightning techniques. The Divine Lightning Bell is imbued with the true intent of lightning techniques, and for lightning-type cultivators, not only can it enhance their lightning techniques, but it can also allow them to progress further in the Tao of Lightning. Apparently, it's one of the most important artifacts for Emperor Tianhuang to attain enlightenment, so I'm not sure if he'll be willing to exchange it. Lin Junjun was a little hesitant at the mention of this item. "That's all right. I'm not interested in lightning." And Lin waved a hand. His lightning techniques were basically a cheat-like existence, so he really wasn't interested in this divine lightning bell. Lin Junjun's voice faltered slightly before she continued. The fourth item is the 99-fold extreme heavenly formation disc of the Longevity Pavilion. This 99-fold extreme heavenly formation is imbued with the power of heaven and earth and possesses boundless might. When the disc is placed at the center of the formation, it can be activated to its maximum capacity. As long as there's enough energy, it can even defend against attacks from Tao integration stage super mighty figures. And Lin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He was just about to establish a sect, and now he had the opportunity to obtain such a powerful formation disc. Wouldn't he be able to use it to set up a sect protection formation? This was like giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. As expected of a piggy bank, a hint of a smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face as she looked at Lin's expression. However, that item is too valuable and it's not for sale. Even if I offer it in the name of the Celestial Court and offer all of the 40 million spirit stones in my bag, Emperor Tianhuang might not agree. If you really want it, you might have to add another 10 million spirit stones. Money is not an issue, Filthy Richin replied. Immediately afterward, everyone fell silent. A few seconds later, and Lin blinked with confusion. That's it. That's it. Above that are divine pills, divine tools, and so on. Even mighty figures treasure these things like precious treasures. Who would sell them? Even those that have been sold in the past were sold for at least 100 million spirit stones, so don't even think about it. Lin Junjun rolled her eyes, and Lin didn't know what to say. Aside from the divine lightning bell, which he didn't really want, he seemed to want all three of them. Lin Junjun wasn't in a hurry. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at the distressed man before her, and for some reason, she found this to be quite interesting. Air. And Lin pondered for a long while before replying with a serious expression. I want both the 99-fold extreme heavenly formation disc and the 1,000 possibility box. Is that okay? I can pay more for it. Lin Junjun took a deep breath and stared at Lin. Do you know what you're saying? I used a favor to beg them, and only then did they agree to give up those magic treasures at the price of spirit stones. How could they be so easily obtained? And Lin spoke in a meaningful voice. It's not like that. Think about it. You asked Emperor Tian Huang for the 99-fold extreme heavenly formation disc first. Then the 1,000 possibility box belongs to the Celestial Arch, so it's our family's property. As long as the value is about the same, we can exchange it for it. You're right. It's all our family's property. Lin Junjun nodded slightly as her expression softened. No. In the next second, she seemed to have come to her senses, and she abruptly slammed the table before glaring at Lin with an enraged expression. It's our property, not yours. Don't take advantage of me. And Lin. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Then I won't sell the information, and Lin said. Lin Junjun. Chapter 699. And Lin had finally unleashed his ultimate attack. Lin Junjun was unable to withstand this attack, and she was completely defeated. Her shoulders trembled with rage, and she really wanted to fling her sleeves and leave. No, she wanted to beat Lin up before leaving. However, she couldn't be so willful for the sake of that experiment. All right, and Lin, you win. Lin Junjun gritted her teeth as she spoke through gritted teeth. And Lin's eyes lit up, and he knew he had succeeded. Thank you, Celestial Maiden Tianyu, you're the best. I really don't know how to describe my gratitude. He was extremely excited, and he looked around before suddenly yelling, Little Tian, come out and compliment her for me. Xue Zhantian slowly flew out from the bedroom and glanced at the unfamiliar woman before him. Her figure wasn't round at all. How was he supposed to compliment her? However, he still forced himself to at the sight of his master's stern expression. Wow, this celestial maiden of the 9 heavens is truly an exceptional beauty. Her hair intertwined as she swayed from side to side, creating a breathtaking sight. With a single glance, he is peerless in his generation. Lin Junjun. Wow, the celestial maiden is walking toward me. Her body swayed from side to side like a graceful dragon. Amazing. Even the way she's glaring at me is so gentle and gentle. Xue Zhantian gushed incessantly. Splat. However, before Xue Zhantian had a chance to finish his sentence, he was grabbed by a pair of slender hands before being ravaged with all her might. And Lin, your snow soul beast is so weird. No, it's so adorable. Lin Junjun was a little speechless at first, but she discovered that Xue Zhantian's body felt extraordinarily good, and she became addicted to it. As long as you're happy. And Lin was clearly in a good mood as he wore a nonchalant expression. What an unscrupulous master. How dare you put your arm around an outsider's shoulder? Xue Zhantian felt like he had been sold, and an enraged expression appeared on his face as his round body was twisted into all kinds of shapes. Lin Junjun liked Xue Zhantian more, and more the more she rubbed him. Furthermore, Xue Zhantian's super adorable appearance made her heart explode. And Lin, the woman's eyes lit up as she softly called out. Her voice was clear with a hint of softness, making people feel numb. What is it? And Lin asked cautiously upon seeing Lin Junjun's expression. Give this snow soul beast to me, and I'll take care of the morning light umbrella for you. How does that sound? Lin Junjun looked at Lin with an extremely earnest expression. And Lin, Xue Zhantian, haha, you were still hesitant when I said I wanted 2 treasures, the 99-fold celestial pole array disc and the 1,000 possibility box. Now, you're so happy to get 3 treasures? And Lin suddenly laughed. He wore an expression that said he had misjudged him. Lin Junjun blushed slightly. That's because I'm a little special. And Lin couldn't be bothered to waste his breath as he snatched Xue Zhantian from Lin Junjun's arms and held him in his arms. Little Tian is a priceless treasure that can't be measured by 1 or 2 treasures. Lin Junjun faltered slightly upon hearing this, while Xue Zhantian was extremely touched. It looked like Master still loved him. Lying in Master's broad and flat arms was so much more comfortable than lying in that woman's bumpy and cramped arms. All right, then we have a deal. Just tell me how many spirit stones I need. And Lin decided to strike while the iron was hot in case this piggy bank changed her mind again. Lin Junjun was too embarrassed to make any more requests at the sight of Lin's determined expression. So she sat down at the table and pulled out a stack of white paper that had been enchanted by a spell formation, as well as a pen. Then please write down all of the information regarding the Purple Star ruins on this paper. This is an honest deal between both parties, so I hope you won't miss out on anything. Don't worry, it's my honor to be able to contribute to the construction of the Celestial Court. And Lin laughed heartily before getting down to business. Lin Junjun pursed her lips and rolled her eyes at Lin. Honor? Who was the one haggling over the price just then? Inscribing formations, bloodline research, experimental theories, blueprints of technological constructs, one intricate and thought-provoking piece of information after another was inscribed onto the white paper, causing the woman's eyes to light up. This time, it took an entire day to record down the information. Lin Junjun fell into deep thought as she looked at the mountainous pile of information before her. She was a proud woman, so she would not take advantage of the other party by relying on the power behind her. She would give them the reward that they deserved. It was exactly because of this that she discovered that the 40 million spirit stones in her storage ring were not enough to pay for all of the information. The information in front of her, regardless of whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, was far better than she had anticipated. What do I do? What else can I sell to Lin? What's wrong? And Lin massaged his aching joints as he looked at the woman with a curious expression. Lin Junjun paused momentarily before replying, the information you've collected is worth about 50 million spirit stones. And Lin, was this woman an idiot? She had offered to pay 40 million spirit stones for all of his information, and he had agreed, but now she was telling him that it was worth 50 million. I don't want to lie to you, so I'll gather another 10 million spirit stones for you, Lin Junjun said with a firm expression. And Lin looked at the woman before him with a serious expression. Lin Junjun's disposition leaned toward the gentle and refined type, but he didn't think that she would be so stubborn. Of course, this was also an advantage. For example, her current actions had greatly improved Lin's impression of her. All right, thank you. And Lin expressed his gratitude with sincerity. You're welcome. This is what I should do anyway. A faint smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face as she stowed all of the information on the table into her storage ring. I'm going to negotiate with the Celestial Arch and Emperor Changsheng first. I'll contact you after they give me a price. The woman opened the door to her room, and the sun shone down upon her lithe and graceful body, giving her a refreshing and natural appearance. Bye-bye. She waved a hand at Lin before disappearing on the spot as a few white feathers. Have a safe trip. Come back soon. And Lin also waved in farewell. He clicked his tongue in wonder as he looked at the white feathers outside the door. She's getting more and more pretentious in her departure. Thinking back, Lin Junjun had flown into the clouds when she left, but now she had transformed into a white feather and transcended through space. This was an extremely advanced spatial spell technique, so she must have progressed to the return to void stage. However, it didn't matter even if she had progressed to the return to void stage. And Lin felt like he had thick skin, so Lin Junjun wouldn't be able to beat him up. Let's go, I'm so tired. I'm going to bed. He dragged Xue Zhantian into his room as he spoke. It was a night of passion. The next day, a series of rhythmic knocks sounded on the door again, and Lin was already prepared, and he immediately went to greet them. He opened the door to find an exquisitely beautiful woman standing before him. "Morning, celestial maiden Tianyu," and Lin greeted with a buoyant smile. "Morning." A vibrant smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face. "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Chapter 700. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. Why was there bad news? "Let's hear the good news first," he replied with an uneasy expression. "The good news is that the Celestial Darch has agreed to exchange spirit stones for the 1,000 possibility box, and Emperor Chongqing has also agreed to exchange spirit stones for the 99-fold extreme heavenly formation disc," Lin Junjun said. Sure enough, and Lin was elated to hear this news. Lin Junjun was wearing a purple dress, and she appeared to be quite ethereal. Just like that, she confidently stepped into the room and found a chair to sit on. Her beautiful eyes faintly contained some kind of extraordinary splendor, and Lin was quite happy to see her. It didn't look like she had bad news. No, and Lin's heart jolted upon seeing this. She really did have bad news. What's the bad news? And Lin took a deep breath before asking nervously, "The bad news is—" Lin Junjun stared at Lin with a smile on her face. "Emperor Chongsheng's 99-fold extreme heavenly formation disc requires 50 million spirit stones, while the 1,000 possibility box requires 40 million spirit stones. It looks like you don't have enough money." Lin Junjun purposely dragged out her words with a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. And Lin was also dumbstruck. He only had 34 million spirit stones in his storage ring, and with the 50 million spirit stones that Lin Junjun had collected, it really wasn't enough. He was still 6 million spirit stones short, and Lin was astonished. Holy F asterisk CK. As a filthy rich, and he didn't have enough money. 6 million sounded like a very small amount, but even a return to void stage mighty figure probably didn't even have 6 million spirit stones. Where was he going to get these 6 million spirit stones? A smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face as she looked at Lin's deflated expression, and she didn't say anything as she continued to admire the scenery. After a long while, the woman finally spoke. "If you don't have enough money, you can choose to buy one first." And Lin shook his head upon hearing this. He knew that these treasures weren't for sale, and if the emperors suddenly changed their minds, they would miss out on this opportunity. Can you guys exchange goods for money?" And Lin asked. Lin Junjun looked at Lin with a sympathetic expression. "You're going to sell your family property? If he really didn't have money, then he should just take it slow. There was no need to force himself. Speaking of which, in order to raise this 50 million yuan, I also owe a lot of money, and I don't have any money to lend you." And Lin scoffed. "I have too many treasures and haven't had the time to resell them." Lin Junjun. "All right, take out everything that's valuable. I've been by the God of Fortune's side for a period of time, so it's not a problem for me to help you appraise and resell it." And Lin nodded and brought out a necklace embedded with a white gem from his storage ring before handing it to Lin Junjun. "This is—" Lin Junjun accepted the necklace with a slightly dazed expression. "So you've been staying by my side all this time." She suddenly smiled, her dimples shallow and beautiful. This necklace was her high-rank defensive spirit tool, the heavenly spirit ice heart. Back then, it was because Lin had too many formations and she didn't have enough money, so she gave this necklace to Lin as money. She didn't think that Lin would still keep this necklace with him. It was a female accessory, and it was so valuable, so she thought that Lin would have sold it or given it away a long time ago. After all, Lin wasn't that rich at the time, so he wouldn't be able to make full use of this necklace, so he might as well put it to good use. This heavenly spirit ice heart is worth 1 million spirit stones," Lin Junjun said in a gentle voice as she carefully put away the necklace. "That expensive?" And Lin's eyes widened in shock before he realized that he was being too stupid and immediately shut his mouth. "Holy F asterisk CK, This was the first time he was complaining that the buyer was asking for too much. He really was the dumb son of a rich family. Lin Junjun pursed her lips into a smile and didn't take advantage of his sarcasm. Instead, she said with a serious expression, "The price of this necklace has increased." And Lin, should he say as expected of a piggy bank? There was still a shortfall of 5 million spirit stones. And Lin thought about it for a moment before bringing out 3 4th-grade Immortal Pill coupons and 1 3rd-grade Immortal Pill coupon. These were the rewards he had received for his nature-defying performance during the end-of-term examinations. He didn't think that he would have to pay them off again so soon. Lin Junjun's initial price was 2 million spirit stones, and Lin felt that this was a reasonable price, so he agreed. After that, he brought out 43 low-rank spirit tools from the 93 spirit tools and exchanged them for 3 million spirit stones, finally making up for the shortfall of 6 million spirit stones. Low-rank spirit tools were no longer worthy of filthy rich in, so he didn't feel any pain in his heart at all. It was just that his 34 million spirit stones had been used up, and he was feeling extremely pained. Right now, he could only hope that a spirit stone mine or something like that would appear in the divine mirror world. Lin Junjun continued to rush toward the Celestial Court's Imperial Palace within Lin's belongings. After a short while, she returned with 2 treasures that exuded extremely terrifying energy, fluctuations in her hands. "Here, this is the 1,000 possibility box." She handed an inky black, square-shaped box to Lin. "Is it really that simple?" And Lin's lips twitched slightly. The name sounded quite profound, but it was as simple as a chaotic alloy brick. The appearance isn't important as long as it's useful. Lin Junjun rolled her eyes at Lin, and Lin refined the 1,000 possibility box with a drop of his blood and successfully made it accept him as its master. He then activated the power in his body to charge it. This grid shows the energy balance. It's currently at 30%. Oh, it's quite up to date. And Lin praised as he looked at a grid that looked like a cell phone battery. Then, this small circular opening is where the 1,000 possibility box releases its spell techniques. "Don't hold it upside down and blow yourself up," Lin Junjun continued. And Lin looked at the black and swarthy opening and sighed with emotion. He finally knew which was the front and which was the back. He tried to charge the box, and vital energy surged as a terrifying suction force enshrouded his body. It was as if all the energy in his body had fallen into a vortex and was being sucked away at an insane rate. "Holy F *CK!" And Lin yelled as he wet his pants in fright. A few seconds later, all the energy in his body had been sucked dry, and cold sweat poured down his back as he stared at the ordinary-looking box in his hand. The energy balance on the box jumped from 30% to 35%. "My energy is only at 5%. And Lin was astonished. One had to realize that the energy within his body was perhaps even higher than that of a rookie return to Void Stage mighty figure. Even so, he was only at 5%. The amount of energy contained in this box was truly astonishing. Of course, this is a treasure that even a Tao integration stage true God can use. Lin Junjun spoke with a smug expression. That's right, this was an indication of just how bad *SS the 1,000 possibility box was. Ha ha ha. You're going to be my most powerful treasure from now on. And Lin stowed the 1,000 possibility box into his storage ring with a joyful expression. Lin Junjun raised a hand, and a circular formation disk enshrouded in boundless light began to appear. And Lin was instantly struck by a sense of boundless might at the sight of the formation disk. It was as if the sky had collapsed, the sun and moon had flipped, and the earth had crumbled. His heart began to palpitate involuntarily. This is Emperor Changsheng's 99-fold extreme heavenly formation disk. Lin Junjun flipped her hand over and said, "This is the formation diagram that came with it. Take it." And Lin carefully stowed the formation disk into his storage ring. This was a top-notch treasure that was worth 50 million spirit stones. As for the formation diagram, he couldn't even be bothered to look at it. Chapter 701. And Lin stowed away the 99-fold extreme, heavenly formation disc, and 1,000 possibility box before expressing his gratitude to Lin Junjun. If it weren't for Lin Junjun, he wouldn't have had the chance to complete the exchange. I heard you're going to establish a sect? Lin Junjun suddenly asked, and Lin's expression shifted slightly. How did you know about this? He didn't announce this to the public, so the only people who knew about this were those who had attended the gathering that night. Could it be that someone had leaked this information? The Student Administration Office said that they were going to record the whereabouts of the students. Who would have thought that you would be able to poach two prodigies from the Celestial Court, Lu Qianhuan and Xanju? Lin Junjun looked at Lin with a faint smile on her face, and Lin was a little dazed by her gaze, as if he were a child who had been caught doing something wrong. Thank God you still have a bottom line and didn't announce the establishment of your sect on campus. Otherwise, haha. Lin Junjun clenched her delicate fists and raised her chin. You know what I'm saying. Even if I can't hurt you, there will naturally be others who will. And Lin swallowed and forced a smile onto his face. I'm just establishing a sect for fun. Please don't take offense. Also, you have to explain this to your father. This was a very serious matter, but it was also a very serious matter. After all, he was poaching students from the Celestial Court, and he was poaching prodigies among prodigies. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a slap to the Celestial Thearch's face. Hence, he had to do his best to convince his daughter. Lin Junjun inched her exquisitely beautiful face closer to Lin's with a smile on her face. So you still know how to be afraid? And Lin was just about to speak when Lin Junjun spoke again. Are you still recruiting? I also want to go and have some fun. Of course, it's just in name only. I'm still a member of the Celestial Court. That's not a good idea, and Lin said with difficulty. What a joke! If he kidnapped the Celestial Thearch's daughter, what would he do if the Celestial Darch pursued the matter? Even if it was only in name, it was still a blatant provocation to the Celestial Court. Aside from that, he had another concern. What if Lin Junjun was a spy from the Celestial Court? That would be very King worrying. Oh, I see. Lin Junjun retreated a few steps and averted her gaze as she murmured, You won't be able to hide the fact that you've established a sect for long. Even if this cohort of graduates doesn't know about it, what about the cohort after that? You're so influential in the United University of Cultivation, so perhaps many of the graduating students will join the 4-9 Immortal sect. After losing so many elites, do you think our Celestial Court will act as if nothing has happened or applaud happily? Lin Junjun's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of her gentleness faded away as she appeared more capable and experienced. And Lin could read between the lines in her words. What do you want me to do? A smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face. The Celestial Court can't bear to part with you. As long as you agree to join the Celestial Court, you can do whatever you want with the 4-9 Immortal sect. You can also serve as an official of the Celestial Court as well as the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Of course, the Celestial Court won't order the 4-9 Immortal sect to do anything for any reason. Furthermore, the Celestial Court will nurture you to the fullest extent. You'll have access to restricted areas, mystic realms, mystic techniques, and all types of other benefits. And Lin didn't say anything. In all honesty, even the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect had joined the Celestial Court. Could the sect really sever all ties with the Celestial Court? The answer was clearly no. However, it was a good thing that they didn't sever all ties with the sect. With an invisible backer, it would be a lot more convenient for the sect to do things. And Lin didn't want to part with the Celestial Court either. He had only touched the surface of the Celestial Court, and he hadn't even gotten a chance to learn more about it yet. So how could he leave so easily? Hence, Lin Junjun's conditions were exactly what Lin wanted. All right, I'll agree to your conditions. However, I can only serve as an official in the celestial court. And Lin nodded. A vibrant smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face upon seeing and Lin agree so readily. Got it. Sect leader. Oh, right, I have a small request. What is it? I also want to join the 4-9 Immortal Sect. I'll make you an outer sect elder. Thank you, hee. An outer sect elder who doesn't have to do anything. All right, I'll make you an outer sect elder who doesn't have to do anything. TSK, how stingy. After bidding farewell to Lin Junjun, and Lin continued to recuperate. His body had just been completely depleted by the 1,000 possibility box, so he had to replenish his energy. Thus, another day passed by in a daze with Xue Zhantian in his arms. Urgent knocks suddenly sounded on the door. Knock, 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 knock. These were completely unrepetitive and self-indulgent knocks. Coming, and Lin opened his eyes and walked toward the door. This kind of noisy knocks clearly didn't belong to a woman like Lin Junjun, who was known for her rhythmic knocks. He opened the door to find a beautiful woman standing outside with a vibrant and enchanting smile on her face. Let's go, and Lin. All right, I'll call Dabai, Tina, and Xiaozhe. This was Lu Qianhuan. It was time for them to find a suitable location for the sect. And Lin leaped onto his dog and flew toward the teleportation spell formation in the university with Lu Qianhuan. The kingdom of the 9 states is so big. Which state should we go to first? Lu Qianhuan turned toward Lin. Stone Dragon State, Wind Plain State, Purple Star State, Gem State, Thunder State, Spirit Sword State, Ancient Void State, Heavenly River State, and Baihua State. The 4 great sects are too powerful, so we'll skip them for now, and Lin replied. Lu Qianhuan nodded. Then let's skip the mythological beast sect's Stone Dragon State, the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect's Wind Plain State, the Heavenly Sword sect's Ancient Void State, and the Vermilion Bird sect's Baihua State for now. What we want is stable development, so let's skip the states with more battles. And Lin nodded. The Gem State, which is next to the Dark Marshlands, and the Heavenly River State, which borders the Ant Tribe. That leaves only the Purple Star State, the Thunder State, and the Spirit Sword State. The Purple Star State is in the northeastern region of the Kingdom of the 9 States, and Su Qianyun's Greenwood Imperial family is also there. Would that be more convenient for us? Lu Qianhuan asked, and Lin's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he nodded. All right, let's go to the Purple Star State first. Thus, the 2 of them chose a teleportation spell formation that would take them to the Purple Star State and officially began their journey to establish their sect. At the same time, in the easternmost region of the Purple Star State, on a vast expanse of scorched earth where not even a single blade of grass grew, the black earth was squirming as if it were a living creature. An indistinct singing voice blew over thousands of kilometers like a gentle breeze, but the source of the voice was nowhere to be found. It was as if the voice had existed between heaven and earth for a very long time, and there was no end to it. A woman in a flowing white robe strolled over the scorched earth with a nostalgic expression on her face. Purple Star, I'm back. Chapter 702. The Purple Star State was the most technologically advanced state in the Kingdom of the 9 States, and Lin rode on Dabai's back and arrived at this state for the second time. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder at the sight of the skyscrapers in the city, as well as the vehicles that fused technology and cultivation together. Wow! Giant and Lin, the human civilization here is so similar to the human civilization in our divine mirror world. Tina's green eyes glowed with excitement as she looked down at the steam train that was hurtling through the air. In terms of the fusion of cultivation and technology, the Purple Star State is actually miles ahead of the human race in the divine mirror world, and Lin commented in an objective manner. He thought about it for a moment before deciding to make a voice transmission. Hello, classmate and Lin. Why are you sending me a voice transmission? A mellow voice sounded. Haha, Su Qianyun. I'm in the Purple Star State right now, and I'm here to find a suitable location for my sect. Do you have any recommendations?" And Lin asked with a smile, "Wow, so you're looking for a suitable location for our sect? Can you wait for a few days? I'll take you to a good place in person." Su Qianyun's elated yet conflicted voice sounded, "Here's the thing. I'm currently traveling to a certain place in the Purple Star State with the members of the 1st Imperial Palace Guard Team. Many powers have gathered there, and I'm afraid we won't be able to resolve the conflict in a short time." A place in the Purple Star State? And Lin was intrigued. Could it be that some kind of divinity has been born there? No, it could be a good thing, or it could also be a bad thing. It's hard to tell through voice transmission talismans. Su Qianyun's voice was still as calm as ever, but Lin could already hear the faint sound of spell techniques being unleashed. "Send me your coordinates via voice transmission talisman. I'll come and have a look." And Lin's curiosity was immediately piqued. After all, this was a massive state, so he might as well join in on the fun. "Huh, you want to come as well?" "Sure." Su Qianyun was surprised for a few seconds, but she still sent the location to Lin through the sound-transmitting amulet. And Lin tossed the voice transmission talisman to the fairy on his shoulder. "Tina, sense the location. Let's go. Don't worry, leave it to me." Tina flew in front of everyone and tore open the pitch-black spatial rift with her hands. Immediately afterward, a white light enshrouded Lin, Lu Qianhuan, Dabai, and Xiao Zhe as they all entered the spatial rift. Meanwhile, in the land of the fallen phoenix, in the Purple Star State, everything within a radius of 1,000 miles had originally been enveloped by boundless flames, a forbidden zone for life. It was said that in ancient times a divine beast, the phoenix, had fallen here, and the marks of the Tao of flames filled the world. That was why this area had become a land of eternal flames. However, half a year ago, the flames in the land of the fallen phoenix began to slowly decrease. This matter had shaken the entire Purple Star State. All the major powers had come to investigate the matter, but they did not discover anything special about it. The flames continued to decrease day by day, and just a few days ago, the flames had completely disappeared. Countless forces swarmed over, stepping into this forbidden land in search of the legendary immortal fortune. This was how the cultivation world was. Wherever there was something abnormal, there was a chance that there would be legendary opportunities. It had to be said that this rule really did apply to this world. However, sometimes abnormalities could also lead to catastrophic disasters. In any case, it was either life or death. There were many cultivators who were not afraid of death. On this day, the sky above the land of the fallen phoenix was even more dazzling. This time, even the Greenwood Imperial family of the Purple Star State was alerted, and they immediately dispatched a team of extremely powerful cultivators to investigate the area. Of course, to the outside world, they were here to maintain order in the Purple Star State. Good stuff? Then they had to hand it over to the Imperial family. Then the Imperial family would award some rewards, such as a trophy, a certificate, and a title. Then that person would receive both fame and fortune, and everyone would be happy. In states where the 4 great sects weren't present, the Imperial family was usually the most powerful cultivator in that state. For example, the Greenwood Imperial family was ranked among the top 9 Imperial families. Even though they didn't have any Tao integration stage super mighty figures, they had 7 return to void stage mighty figures, which was more than enough to dominate an entire state. Now, this team of cultivators had dispatched 2 return to void stage mighty figures and 10 soul formation stage powerful beings. Su Qianyun was also tagging along with the team in order to freeload on opportunities. Princess Yunlu, you'll have to follow closely behind me, all right? I'll protect you and not let you get hurt. A handsome man with a smile that was like a spring breeze tilted his head and said to the beautiful woman behind him. Su Qianyun nodded lightly. Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior Donghua. I told you not to call me senior. I'm not that much older than you. So just call me Big Brother Dongwa from now on, the man said in a half-joking manner. Su Qianyin bowed her head slightly and didn't reply. He was already over 3,000 years older than her. So how was he not that much older? Su Qianyin was naturally aware of the man's intentions, but she just couldn't be bothered to say it out loud. Perhaps it was due to Su Qianyun's cold and aloof demeanor, but Dongwa didn't express any displeasure toward her silence. He knew that he couldn't be too impatient when it came to a celestial maiden as beautiful as she was. That's right, for a woman like Su Qianyin, her looks and her aptitude were all top-notch, so it would be impossible for other men to not have any designs on her. However, too many people backed down due to their inferiority complex, but Dongwa was different. He was one of the most powerful cultivators in the Greenwood imperial family and had only recently progressed to the return to void stage. So he had the confidence to pursue the most dazzling jewel of the Greenwood imperial family. If they were to encounter any battles during this mission, he would be able to display his return to void stage power in front of the princess, and it would be best if he could even save the damsel in distress. That way, the princess would definitely develop a favorable impression of him. Dongwa became more and more excited the more he thought about it. As Princess Yinlu became more and more stunning, he knew that his life of being single for over 3,000 years was finally going to take a turn for the better. He didn't care about ordinary women, so he wanted the best. Dongwa felt like his life motto had finally become meaningful at this moment. The Greenwood imperial family's guardian team soon entered the realm of the fallen phoenix. The ground here was charred black, and rich fire-type energy permeated the air. The temperature also rose higher and higher as they approached the central region. There were spirit herbs and spirit fruits growing on the ground from time to time, and it looked like there were indeed many opportunities to be found here. Many sects were fighting over some spirit items, but those battles were too low level, so the Guardian teams didn't even bother to take a second look at them before flying directly toward the central region. Boom! An earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted in the distance. Su Qianyin turned toward the distance with her beautiful blue eyes to discover a golden vital energy soaring into the sky like a dragon, imbued with a terrifying energy fluctuation. Was that the central region of the realm of the fallen phoenix? It looked like there really was something good there. She looked at the golden light in the distance with a hint of excitement in her heart. Chapter 703. There are 5 other extremely powerful auras. Everyone be careful. The team leader of the Greenwood Imperial family's team furrowed his brows as he spoke with a solemn expression. Su Qianyin and the others all raised their guard upon hearing this, and even the vice team leader, Dongwa, became more cautious. The team leader's name was Su Wenjun, and he was Su Qianyun's uncle. He was an extremely powerful return to void stage, mighty figure of the Greenwood Imperial family, and everyone respected him as their leader. Everyone soon arrived at the center of the realm of the fallen phoenix. There was a brilliant golden light there, and scorching vital energy surged through the air in the form of flaming dragons. Su Wenjun stopped in his tracks and looked around. There were 5 different powers here, and all of them were flying through the air with scorching eyes as they stared at a certain object within the flames. The 5 people at the forefront were all returned to void stage mighty figures with vast and profound auras. We didn't bring enough people. Su Wenjun's eyelids twitched as he turned to an extremely handsome man. Tell the Imperial family to see if they can summon 1 or 2 more return to void stage mighty figures to support us. Yes, the man replied respectfully before immediately making contact. Cold sweat began to pour down Dongwa's forehead as he looked at the 5 return to void stage mighty figures. The Heavenly Demon Sect, the Flying Divine Sect, the Red Building Valley, the Life Harvesting Sect, the Frosty Sun Immortal Sect. They're all top-rate sects in the Purple Star State. Who would have thought that their sect leaders would all be here? These sect leaders were all renowned return to void stage mighty figures, and Dongwood did a quick calculation to find that he wouldn't even be able to defeat a single one of them. After all, he had only just progressed to the return to void stage, so he could only bully those who were one cultivation base lower than him. Were they weak? No, these returned to void stage mighty figures who could crush soul formation stage mighty figures definitely couldn't be considered weak. Furthermore, he was confident that he would become more and more powerful in the future, and one day he would be able to rival or even surpass all of these sect leaders. If he didn't have a Tao heart like this, then he should just give up on the path of cultivation. Second Imperial Uncle, Imperial Father has said that the only return to void stage mighty figure that can be mobilized in time is Great General Long Kuei, the extremely handsome man replied. Su Wenjun nodded. It was always a good thing to have one more combat force. Even though their Greenwood Imperial family was the overlord of the Purple Star State, that didn't mean that the other sects would bow down to them. If there really was a great opportunity, no one would care whether they were the boss or not. Everyone would definitely fight for it if they could. Can't beat him? At most, they could just steal it and run. Because of this, the Greenwood Imperial family had to raise the stakes. Because the fortune this time was truly too great, Su Wenjun was sure that the other sects would definitely not show any mercy, and they would obtain it no matter what. Not only the 5 top-tier sects, but even the several dozen forces scattered around the area were also rubbing their hands in glee as they stared at the central area with scorching eyes, hoping to pick up some scraps from the return to void stage mighty figures. What was in the center? What was it that made cultivators of the Tao body stage, spirit nurturing stage, and soul formation stage so willing to brave the pressure of return to void stage mighty figures, even risking his life to fight for it? It was an egg, a golden egg that was imbued with an extremely rich life force energy. For such an egg to appear in the center of the realm of the fallen phoenix, and for the flames to be extinguished, everyone had a rough idea of what this entailed. The death of a phoenix? Have you ever heard of rebirth of a phoenix? This was AF * king living example, and everyone's breathing accelerated. If anyone could get that egg and wait for the phoenix to give birth to it, and make the phoenix call him daddy, then he could make everyone call him daddy. Then why didn't all of them enter the area? That was because the flames around the egg were extremely terrifying, and they were imbued with the power of the divine Tao left behind by the phoenix upon its death. Even returned to void stage mighty figures didn't dare to come into contact with this power for fear of being incinerated into nothingness. Are we just going to wait here? What if the phoenix breaks out of its shell and becomes too powerful for us to resist? What should we do then? Su Qianyan was a little uneasy. One had to realize that the mythological beast, the phoenix, was at the Tao integration stage when it died. Even though its power would be greatly reduced upon its rebirth, what if the reduction wasn't enough? If that happened, wouldn't it be very tragic for all of them to be killed by the phoenix? Don't be afraid, Princess Yunlu. I'll protect you with my life. Dong would turn to Su Qianyan with a warm smile. Su Qianyan, don't worry, Su Wenjun said. Every time a phoenix is reborn after death, its cultivation base will drop drastically. According to ancient records, the last time a phoenix died was 300,000 years ago. During that rebirth, it was only at the spirit nurturing stage, and it was captured by the mythological beast sect in the end. So our main problem is the flames that are imbued with the power of the phoenix's Tao integration stage? Su Qianyan asked. That's right, we can only wait and see. I have a feeling that another upheaval is going to take place in this world, Su Wenjun said with a grave expression. The golden egg was enshrouded in layers of terrifying flames, striking everyone with an instinctive sense of peril. Aside from the Greenwood Imperial family, the sect leaders of the other 5 sects clearly didn't have the time to converse or mock them. All of them seemed to be accumulating strength while waiting to make a move, and they were waiting for the moment the situation turned for the better so that they could launch a preemptive strike. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently. Immediately afterward, the flames in the sky suddenly transformed into a sea of flames that spread outward. The surrounding temperature was instantly elevated to an extremely terrifying level, and many cultivators of the Tao body stage let loose a few blood-curdling cries before their skin turned bright red from the scorching heat, and they collapsed to the ground in unconsciousness. Dong Guo instantly appeared before Su Qianyin, leaving her with a majestic back before turning to her with a warm smile on his face. "Don't be afraid, Princess Yunlu. No matter what happens, I'll protect you with my life." "Run!" someone roared. Dong Guo was just about to respond with a cold smile when he discovered that it was Su Wenjun who had roared. He faltered slightly before seeing the flames of the divine Tao revolving around the golden egg transform into a series of flaming dragons and flaming phoenixes that pounced toward the surrounding cultivators. One of the flaming phoenixes pounced toward a small sect, instantly incinerating one soul formation stage cultivator, a dozen or so spirit nurturing stage cultivators, and over 100 Tao body stage cultivators. At the same time, a burst of energy imbued with life essence began to flow toward the golden egg. "This is a blood sacrifice." Dong Guo faltered slightly upon seeing this. At this moment, one of the flaming dragons imbued with the power of the divine Tao had already opened its cavernous mouth before pouncing toward the Greenwood Imperial family cultivators at an extremely terrifying speed. "What are you all standing around for? Run!" Su Wenjun roared as he summoned a round shield in front of everyone. However, the terrifying flames instantly tore the round shield apart, and Su Wenjun threw up a mouthful of blood as he stumbled back in retreat. Dong Guo almost pissed his pants. Even Su Wenjun had been severely wounded by that attack. So wouldn't he be incinerated into nothingness if he were to face it head-on? At this moment, the flaming dragon, imbued with the power of the divine Tao, raised its head again before pouncing toward the Greenwood Imperial family cultivators. "Run!" Dong Guo screamed as he turned around and fled. His body transformed into a gust of wind as he overtook the Greenwood Imperial family cultivators and took the lead. At a time like this, he couldn't care less about the lives of others. "Princess Yunlu? Stop messing around. If he were to die, what would be the point of Princess Yunlu having a good impression of him? He had finally progressed to the return to void stage. How could he just die here? Roar!" The flaming dragon let loose a long roar before abruptly pouncing toward the fleeing Greenwood Imperial family cultivators. It completely disregarded Su Wenjun's attempts to stop it and circled around the spell technique before pouncing toward the direction in which Su Qianyin was fleeing. Su Qianyin possessed the extreme Yin physique. As the saying went, Yin and Yang were born from extreme Yin. Such a physique was extremely alluring and was exactly what the golden egg needed. The flaming dragon was simply too fast, and there was no way that Su Qianyin, who was only at the half-step soul formation stage, could outrun it. A terrifyingly scorching heat erupted from behind her along with the power of annihilation. As death approached, Su Qianyun's flawless features turned deathly pale as a hint of despair appeared on her face. Chapter 704. The flaming dragon was imbued with the power of the divine Tao, and it opened its cavernous mouth to swallow Su Qianyin. In this dire situation, a white light flashed, and a powerful arm encircled Su Qianyun's slender waist before carrying her away at an extremely terrifying speed. The flaming dragon brushed past Su Qianyin, and she heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. "Hey, classmate and Lin, you're here!" Su Wenjun heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this. If something were to happen to Su Qianyin, then it would be very difficult for him to explain himself to her father. Dong Guo was also slightly taken aback by the sight of Su Qianyin being rescued by a mysterious man. His dream of saving a damsel in distress had been snatched away, just like that. At this moment, the flaming dragon made another turn before hurtling toward Su Qianyin at an extremely fast speed. Su Qianyin's features paled with fright, and she pressed her delicate body against Enlin's again. A white light instantly enshrouded the two of them, and they both disappeared on the spot just as the flaming dragon was about to strike. Su Wenjun and Dong was pupils contracted in unison. What a powerful spatial teleportation ability. It was activated very quickly, and even the spatial fluctuations created by it were extremely faint. It was quite clear that the caster had already attained a very high level of mastery in the Tao of spatial manipulation. And Lin and Su Qianyan appeared over a kilometer away. Only now did Su Wenjun and the others discover that there was an extremely beautiful fairy sitting on Lin's shoulder. Phew, that was close. Thank God I rushed here as soon as I sensed that something was amiss. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have made it in time. Speaking of which, Su Qianyan, you're really popular. This flaming dragon doesn't chase after anyone but you. And Lin spoke in a half-joking manner as he looked at the woman in his arms. Hearing Lin's words, Su Qianyan's nervousness dissipated quite a bit, and her delicate little face became a little red. And Lin, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might really have died here. We're all friends. No need to be so polite. And Lin smiled generously. Dong's expression darkened upon seeing this. Were friends allowed to hug and hug? Release the princess. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to jump out and say anything because his performance just now was too terrible. If he jumped out now, he would obviously be asking for trouble. The flaming dragon that was imbued with the power of the divine Tao was clearly unwilling to give up, and it continued to pounce towards Su Qianyan. Tina once again teleported within Lin and Su Qianyan, evading the flaming dragon's attack. However, after absorbing the life essence of several hundred cultivators, the flaming dragons and fire phoenixes that were chasing after the remaining cultivators began to change directions and pounce towards Su Qianyan. Terrifying flames swept toward them from all directions, and the space around them began to crack and shatter. The entire sky was dyed a boundless golden color, making it difficult for onlookers to look directly at it. This was a power that could slay even return to void stage mighty figures. However, Tina's expression remained calm and collected. She had mastered many nature-defying spell techniques, so attacks of this caliber posed no threat to her at all. Dreamy shadow materialization. Tina's voice was like that of an aureole as she extended a slender hand, upon which the three of them began to twist and warp before their bodies began to become insubstantial. Rumble, flames incinerated the heavens and engulfed everything within a radius of several kilometers. Dong's body trembled with fear as he looked at the terrifying flames in the distance. The extremely handsome man let loose a loud cry. However, in the next second, Lin and Su Qianyan reappeared several kilometers away, completely unscathed. Phew, it's so hot. And Lin heaved a long sigh of relief before turning to look at the woman in his arms. You're not too hot, are you? Su Qianyan shook her head and then nodded lightly as a blush appeared on her snowy white face. The extremely handsome man gave him a thumbs up from afar. As expected of my brother-in-law. It wasn't that he didn't want to go and save Su Qianyan, but he would only be a burden if he went. At this moment, Lin descended from the sky and saved his little sister like a peerless hero. He was ecstatic upon seeing this, and he couldn't even be bothered to maintain his composure as a prince anymore. He approved of this marriage. Dong's eyes widened upon hearing this, and he felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of divine lightning as a dumbstruck expression appeared on his face. What was going on? Su Xian's brother-in-law. Wasn't Su Xian Su Qianyan's brother? Could it be? Dong's heart sank. He had been single for over 3,000 years, and he had clearly thought that he had found his true love. Why, no. He suddenly came to a realization. He held a high position in the Greenwood imperial family. So if Su Qianyan already had a Tao partner, how could he not have heard of this news? Su Xian must have been the one calling her out for no reason. Dong's mind churned as a vast amount of flames imbued with the power of the divine Tao continued to sweep towards Su Qianyan. However, in the face of Tina's unfathomable spell techniques, it was as if the flames were being toyed with, and they were all evaded. That's so powerful. Just who is that fairy? Su Wenjun stared at Tina with astonishment on his face. Tina's cultivation base was slightly lower than his own, but her spell techniques, true intent, and Dao realm were far superior to his own, to the extent that he couldn't even understand what she was doing. Not only Su Wenjun, but the 5 first-rate sects of the Purple Star State, as well as a few other sects, all turned toward Enlin and the others with astonishment etched on their faces. A portion of their firepower had already been drawn away by Su Qinyan, and they had been diverted elsewhere. However, what was even more terrifying was that even though Su Qinyan had drawn away most of the firepower, Tina was still able to help Su Qinyan evade the flames with ease. Even though the flames were a little clumsy and sluggish, they were still flames imbued with the power of the divine Tao. Even returned to void stage mighty figures would be severely wounded by these flames. However, that fairy was able to deal with the sea of flames created by the flaming dragon and the flaming phoenix with ease. Not simple at all. At this moment, all of the returned to void stage mighty figures present only had one question in their minds. Who was this fairy mighty figure that had suddenly barged in? Which power did she belong to? Roar! After a long period of futile effort, the flaming dragon suddenly let loose a low roar before turning toward Su Qinyan with an indignant expression before flying toward the golden egg. Many of the flaming dragons and flaming phoenixes also retreated upon seeing this. Many of the powerful beings from the other sects were dumbstruck upon seeing this. Holy F *CK! She had a bunch of divine Tao flames running around in circles and forced them to give up on their own accord? Many of the cultivators were struck by a sense of awe and veneration upon seeing this. Not only did the divine Tao flames chasing after Su Qinyan begin to return, but all of the divine Tao flames chasing after the other sects also began to converge toward the golden egg. All of the fleeing powerful beings heaved sighs of relief upon seeing this. The realm of the fallen phoenix had been reduced to a state of complete disarray. Not only was there a series of massive craters on the ground, but even the space around them had also been torn open. The power of chaos and annihilation swept through the air, making this entire realm appear as if it were the end of the world. Less than half of the cultivators from the other sects had survived, and they didn't even have a chance to catch their breaths before another turn of events took place. The golden flames that were burning fiercely in the air suddenly surged toward the golden egg in the center, like a vortex, and merged into the golden egg. The flames imbued with the power of the divine Tao had disappeared. All of the cultivators present stared intently at the golden egg on the ground with glowing eyes. Chapter 705. Everyone was only spectating earlier because they were wary of the flames imbued with the power of the divine Tao. Now that the flames had all been absorbed by the golden egg, there were no more obstacles before them. This was the perfect time to fight for the golden egg. Charge! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One cultivator after another pounced toward the golden egg with all their might. Get out of my way! An enraged roar sounded. A series of flying swords materialized from water vapor imbued with extremely fearsome power tore through the air, instantly puncturing a dozen or so cultivators up ahead. Old demon Yulang, how dare you kill my sect disciples? The sect leader of the life-harvesting sect, Duan Hunzi, glowered at the leader of the heavenly demon sect. He waved a hand through the air, and an ethereal silver saber materialized from his divine intent pierced through heaven and earth before crashing down upon Taoist Yulang. Taoist Yulang laughed heartily as he clenched his hands into claws. An ancient wolf that was several thousand feet tall appeared behind him, exuding a divine aura. The wolf reached out with its claws that could cut through anything and tore at the silver heavenly blade. Boom! The battle between the two returned to void stage mighty figures shook heaven and earth. At the same time, Bai Pingzi of the Flying Divine Sect and Celestial Maiden Fei Ying of the Mao Valley, Shuang Yakong of the Frosty Sun Immortal Sect, and Su Wenjun of the Greenwood Imperial Family also engaged in battle. All of them knew that the only threats they posed were the return to void stage competitors. Of course, the powerful beings from the other powers weren't just standing around either. They had a chance to reap the benefits when the mighty figures clashed. Many powerful beings of the spirit nurturing stage and soul formation stage charged toward the golden egg as they battled. The cultivators at the forefront were often ambushed and killed by the cultivators behind them. And once the ambushers reached the forefront, they would only be able to laugh for a few seconds before they were engulfed by countless spell techniques. Whoosh! An extremely domineering streak of golden light flew toward the golden egg at an extremely fast speed, breaking through countless spell techniques to reach the forefront of the group. Ha ha ha! This phoenix egg is mine now. A man with an indestructible body that flickered with golden light appeared on his face, and a victorious smile appeared on his face. The Diamond Monarch was the leader of a large sect in the Purple Star State, the Vajra sect. His cultivation base was at the soul formation pinnacle stage, and he possessed an extremely fearsome diamond body that allowed him to ignore almost all attacks from soul formation stage powerful beings. Because of this, he became the man closest to the golden egg. However, when he was less than 1,000 feet away from the golden egg, frost and snow suddenly enveloped the world. Everything seemed to have slowed down. It was not an illusion, it was real. Everything that entered that area became extremely slow, including the man called King Kong. The Vajra monarch's eyes widened as he felt his body becoming slower and slower. Before he could react, a sharp blue light pierced his chest. Dang! The blade collided with the diamond body, and a sharp screech resounded through the sky. Then, under the Vajra king's horrified gaze, the sharp tip of the sword stabbed the same spot on his chest a dozen times in an instant. The blue sword light penetrated his chest, causing golden blood to burst out. The cultivators behind them accidentally stepped into the strange frost snow domain, and their speed also suddenly slowed down. Then they were swept up by the terrifying sword light and were forced to retreat with heavy injuries. Who is it? The Vajra king unleashed a mystic technique in retreat, and only then was he able to evade that terrifying killing technique. All of the other cultivators also faltered in their footsteps as they stared at the golden egg with bewilderment. Could it be a return to void stage mighty figure who was able to instantly wound the Vajra king? An exquisitely beautiful woman, wielding a great ice immortal sword, emerged from the frost snow domain. In that instant, a terrifying sword intent soared into the heavens. 4-9 Immortal Sect, Sword Pavilion, Lu Qianhuan. For 9 Immortal Sect? What the hell is that? The Vajra king was dumbstruck. Not only him, but all of the powerful beings from the other sects were also completely perplexed. They had clearly never heard of this sect before. A mere soul formation stage, Sword Cultivator, dares to stand in our way? You've overestimated yourself. An awe-inspiring voice suddenly sounded. Bai Pengzi, who had been battling Celestial Maiden Fei Ying, suddenly found an opportunity to attack the golden egg. His body transformed into a white bird, and he abruptly charged into the frost snow domain, instantly tearing the domain apart. A pair of sharp golden claws glowed with a golden light as he aimed them at the golden egg, as if he were determined to get his hands on it. It was also at this moment that a gargantuan, inky black tail appeared in the air before sweeping violently toward the oncoming Bai Pengzi. The terrifying power imbued by the tail flattened the space around it as inky black spatial rifts began to appear. Boom! The clash between the two swept up destructive gale force winds in a radius of several dozen kilometers. PFFF. The white bird threw up a mouthful of blood as it was knocked flying for over a kilometer. Gasp! Everyone's eyes widened as they drew a sharp intake of breath. Bai Pengzi was a return to void intermediate stage mighty figure, but someone was able to wound him with a single strike. This power was far too astonishing. However, they were all completely speechless as they turned toward the golden egg. A black dragon over 10,000 feet in length circled in the air, and its black scales engulfed the sunlight, casting heaven and earth into darkness as a terrifying dragon might erupted forth, threatening to collapse the heavens. Some of the weaker cultivators were even struggling to stand up straight upon seeing this. Why is the dragon court of the eastern seas interfering? They sure have hidden themselves well. Bai Pingzi forcibly stabilized his injuries as he stared at the black dragon above the golden egg with astonishment on his face. To be able to appear in that space without them noticing, they had to have been hiding there for a while. Could it be that they had been lying in ambush when they were chased away by the divine Tao flames? Dragon court of the eastern seas? Today, don't compare me to those idiots. I'm the Shao family's primordial dragon tribe. The black dragon's ferocious might erupted, and its voice was like a clap of thunder, sending tremors running through the hearts of all the surrounding cultivators. The primordial dragon tribe was a title that suggested that they had a powerful backer. Their terrifying power and powerful background made all of the weaker cultivators stand rooted to the spot, and none of them dared to approach them. Oh, right. I'm now Xiao Zhe of the Dragon Pavilion of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Bai Pingzi's pupils contracted. 4-9 Immortal Sect? All of the other powerful beings drew another sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. It was the 4-9 Immortal Sect again. Lu Qianhuan's appearance had only made them a little familiar with this sect that had suddenly appeared. But Xiao Zhe's appearance had made this immortal sect even more prominent. One had to realize that all of the sects in the Purple Star State could be referred to as top-rate sects as long as they had returned to void stage mighty figures among their ranks. The Heavenly Demon Sect, Flying Divine Sect, Red Building Valley, Life Harvesting Sect, and Frosty Sun Immortal Sect were all such sects, and they were all renowned sects on the entire Tai Chu continent. However, this 4-9 Immortal Sect that had suddenly appeared also had a return to void stage, primordial dragon, tribe mighty figure among their ranks. Just as everyone was feeling a little dazed, an imperceptible energy fluctuation suddenly swept forth near the golden egg. Immediately afterward, a handsome man appeared, and he stared at the egg with a scorching light in his eyes. "Brother, you can't do things like stealing chickens and dogs." And Lin suddenly appeared before the man, and he looked at him with an extremely calm expression. This man was none other than Dong Gua of the Greenwood Imperial family. Dong Gua's heart jolted upon seeing that he had been discovered, and he almost fled. However, he suddenly discovered that the terrifying black dragon was on guard against all of the other return to void stage mighty figures, and had completely ignored him. The only one standing before him was a soul formation stage cultivator. The phoenix egg was right in front of them, and this was a lethal temptation to all cultivators. Screw it! Let's go all out and exchange a bicycle for a golden egg. I'm a return to void stage mighty figure. Do you think I'll be scared of a soul formation stage cultivator like you? Dong Gua immediately stepped forward and pounced toward the golden egg while unleashing a palm toward Lin with all his might. Vital energy surged violently, and a massive azure palm imbued with extremely terrifying power swept toward Lin. A new return to void stage mighty figure was still a return to void stage mighty figure. To soul formation stage cultivators, this was an insurmountable gap. Dong Gua was confident that he could pulverize this annoying man into dust with a single palm strike. And Lin heaved a faint sigh as the black mist around his body dissipated, and his aura soared explosively. Golden void lightning converged on his evil-slaying sword as he unleashed the full power of his body of the war god before slashing his sword down upon Dong Gua. Boom! Golden lightning lit up the entire world as it sliced the massive azure palm in half. Then, right before Dong Gua's astonished eyes, the lightning punctured his body, tearing the ground below him for close to 10 kilometers. PFFF. Dong Gua threw up a mouthful of blood as he hurtled back in retreat. How could this be? He was only a soul formation stage cultivator. How could he be so powerful? Dong Gua roared in his heart with incredulity etched on his face. Only now did many people notice Dong was direction. Look, isn't that the Greenwood Imperial family's divine general, the new return to void stage mighty figure Dongua? My God, when did he get close to the golden egg? Holy F asterisk CK. Am I seeing things? He was wounded by a soul formation stage cultivator. Countless cultivators from the various sects and forces turned their gazes toward the handsome man in white. They were dumbfounded and in disbelief. A soul formation stage cultivator was able to wound a return to void stage cultivator with a single sword strike. This didn't make any sense. Even the return to void stage mighty figures had their attention focused on the man with shock and bewilderment on their faces. And Lin sheathed his sword and couldn't be bothered to take another glance at Dongua as he turned to the cultivators around him. I am the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, and Lin. I'm going to take this golden egg. Any objections? Gasp! All of the cultivators and return to void stage mighty figures drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. Chapter 706. The 4-9 Immortal Sect that had appeared out of nowhere had already become a mysterious top-rate sect in everyone's hearts. In the end, this man named Lin was actually the sect leader of that mysterious sect. The sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal Sect is a soul formation stage sword cultivator. It's exactly because he's a soul formation stage sword cultivator that he's even more terrifying. Look at that Dongua. He's only at the return to void stage, but he was still severely wounded by him. And Lin, why do I feel like this name is a little familiar? Could it be Lin from the Celestial Court? Someone let loose a cry of surprise. Holy F asterisk CK, the legendary figure of the Celestial Court? The one who passed the immortal spirit tower and pummeled emperors away? The one called Lin? So he really is that bad asterisk SS? That's right, that makes sense. Many of the cultivators came to a sudden realization upon hearing the name Lin. And Lin looked around at the raucous crowd. He didn't think that he would be so famous. The news of him pummeling Emperor Ziwei had spread far and wide. Wait, this doesn't seem like a good thing. A chill suddenly ran down his spine, and he hurriedly shook off his smug thoughts before making his way toward the golden egg. The sect leaders of the 5 great sects, Su Wenjun, also charged toward the golden egg. At this time, it didn't matter who you were. The golden egg belonged to whoever snatched it. No one would give up on this immortal fate. Piss off! A devastating sun materialized behind the sect leader of the Frosty Sun Immortal Sect, Xuanyakong, and the boundless power of frost froze the space within a radius of 5 kilometers around him. He launched a fist toward Xiao Zhe, and heaven and earth were instantly plunged into a frosty white color as the terrifying power of frost pierced through the air before crashing into Xiao Zhe's gargantuan body, upon which a resounding boom erupted. Xiao Zhe remained expressionless as he blasted a mouthful of dragon flames toward Xuanyakong. The black dragon flames pierced through heaven and earth, instantly tearing through the frosty barrier before crashing into Xuan Yukong's body at an extremely fast speed and forcing him to scramble for his life. Tui, you're just a little brat at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage, and you think you have the right to speak to me like that? The black dragon spat on the ground with a disdainful expression. His saliva fell to the ground like cannons, blowing a divinity transformation stage expert who was trying to approach the golden egg into pieces. Some of the weaker cultivators were shocked. Their faces turned pale as they stared at the behemoth in the distance. They no longer had any thoughts of getting lucky. Ding-ling, a clear and melodious voice, suddenly reverberated in the void, following which cherry blossoms rained down from the sky. It was beautiful and breathtaking, and strange sounds filled the entire space. The several hundred cultivators closest to the golden egg all wore dazed and intoxicated expressions as if they were drunkards. Some of them even had blushes on their faces. This is an illusion. Lu Qianhuan's expression shifted as she was also enveloped by a mysterious power, and her eyes became glazed over. It wasn't just her, even the extremely powerful Xiaoze was momentarily dazed. Right at this moment, a vibrant red figure pierced through space and flew toward the golden egg as a streak of pink light. However, a white light flashed, and an extremely petite figure appeared before the golden egg with dazzling golden wings and the heart lotus ice sword in her hand. "This belongs to my master. Don't you dare touch it!" A delicate shout rang out, and the heart lotus ice sword in her slender hand slashed through the air. The sword light was like the most dazzling cold star, and a river of ice flowed through the void like ice and water. It carried heavy killing intent as it poured down on the pink light. The pink streak of light was shocked to see this, and it transformed into a beautiful woman. She extended her arms and drew a circle in front of her, upon which countless cherry blossoms converged to form a flower wall. The flower wall took the woman's attack head-on, but it was also forced into retreat by the terrifying might of the sword. This clash of energy jolted all of the cultivators who had fallen into the illusionary realm back to their senses. It's celestial maiden Fei Ying's illusionary technique. We have to retreat. My God! She was forced into retreat by a fairy. Isn't that the fairy on Lin's shoulder? Holy F***CK. That's the fairy who played with the flames of the divine Tao. Just as all of the cultivators were astonished, Tina pointed her sword at the woman in the distance. "I am from the realm pavilion of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Tina, do you still want to fight?" Everyone was astonished. Another 4-9 Immortal Sect cultivator? Bad *SS. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying's lips twitched. For 9 Immortal Sect? Does this sect really exist in the Kingdom of the 9 States? No, the Taichu continent? And Lin shot a glance at Fei Ying. It was only recently established. All you need to know is that this sect exists, and that it's very bad *SS. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying, all of the cultivators. I know your sect is very bad *SS, but why did you have to emphasize it yourself? You're the sect leader. You can't embarrass yourself. Daoist Yulang and Duan Hunzi also launched attacks toward the golden egg, but they were all kept at bay by Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe was extremely powerful, and he could easily take on 3 or 4 return to void stage mighty figures at once. Meanwhile, Donghua had been scared witless by Lin's sword strike. Su Wenjun had initially wanted to join the fight for the egg, but he paused momentarily before heaving a forlorn sigh. "It looks like we've lost the battle." That's right, the disparity in power between the two powers was simply too wide. The primordial black dragon was peerlessly domineering, and he was able to take on 3 enemies by himself. The little fairy was extremely unpredictable and specialized in dispelling spell techniques. How were they supposed to fight for the egg? Rather than engaging in a battle of life and death, they might as well spare some face. After all, they were the ones who had saved Su Qianyan, so there was really no need for them to fall out with one another. As for what Donghua had done, that only represented his own stupidity, and it had nothing to do with the imperial family. Su Wenjun pondered for a moment before deciding on a course of action and choosing to watch from the sidelines. It was also at this moment that a white figure charged toward the golden egg before pouncing on it with its mouth. Everyone was shocked once again as they stared blankly at the figure that had suddenly appeared. 4-9 Immortal Sect, Mythological Beast Pavilion, Dabai enters, woof! Dabai raised his head with a majestic expression as he held the golden egg in his mouth. All the cultivators, even a dog from the 4-9 Immortal Sect, was this bad *SS? All of the other return to void stage mighty figures were astonished, but they were focused on different things. They had discovered a crucial point, and that was that a spell technique that could conceal even a dog of the spirit nurturing stage was the truly terrifying aspect of this spell technique. One had to realize that they hadn't discovered Dabai even after battling for so long. Of course, this was all thanks to Tina's heaven-defying divine technique. Everyone had yet to recover from their shock. Another exquisitely beautiful woman who was like a celestial maiden under the moon appeared. She was a little nervous, but also a little excited. 4-9 Immortal Sect, Moon Pavilion, Su Qianyan. Please guide me along. All the cultivators, Dong, Guo, Su Wenjun. At this moment, all of the Greenwood Imperial family cultivators felt as if 10,000 mythological beasts were stampeding over their hearts. Holy F *CK. There's a traitor among us. Chapter 707. All of the Greenwood Imperial family members were dumbstruck. They knew that Su Qianyan had a close relationship with Enlin and the others, but never would they have thought that she was also a member of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Didn't she see how the 4-9 Immortal Sect stole our egg? Was she trying to make a stand now? Su Wenjun slapped his forehead and heaved a forlorn sigh. Sigh. Princess Yin has grown up. Why is she siding with an outsider now? She's far too naive. At this moment, the handsome man waved at Enlin from afar. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, I'm Su Xian. Do you remember me? I'm your brother-in-law. Su Wenjun almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon seeing this. Enlin raised his head to look at the familiar face. It's him. That's the brother-in-law who begged me to pursue his sister. Tui, don't call me brother-in-law. Is the 4-9 Immortal Sect still recruiting? I want to join them too. Su Xian continued to wave excitedly. All of the Greenwood Imperial family cultivators swayed as they stared at Su Xian in shock. Su Wenjun drew a sharp intake of breath. Your Highness, please be careful with what you say. And Lin was also dumbstruck for a moment before replying, I'm not recruiting. We'll talk about this later. At this moment, Dabai had already run over to Enlin with the golden egg in his mouth. Enlin caught the egg and began to inspect it carefully. The golden egg was oval in shape with a diameter of 20 centimeters. It could probably be held in a pair of hands. It was so small, so the baby it gave birth to wouldn't be very powerful. However, the aura of life that the golden egg inadvertently released was extremely terrifying, as if it was nurturing some kind of ancient beast that could shatter stars and step through the void, causing one's heart to involuntarily tremble. He tried to put the golden egg into his storage ring, only to find that he couldn't. That made sense. This was a highly intelligent life form, so a storage ring wouldn't be able to contain it. And Lin picked out an intermediate rank spirit tool, the White Fox Divine Box, which was imbued with the ability to nurture spirits and protect realms. To put it in simpler terms, it was an extremely high-quality backpack. Not only could it give birth to the baby, but it could also protect the baby from impact. He put the golden egg into the White Fox Divine Box and carried it on his back like a backpack. Kids, let's call it a day. And Lin was obviously in a good mood. This time, by joining in on the fun, not only did he make a name for himself for the sect, he also obtained some good stuff. He had really profited greatly. However, just as he was about to return, the White Fox Divine Box behind Enlin suddenly erupted with boundless golden light and terrifying temperatures, and it began to tremble violently. Holy shit, don't tell me it's going to explode? And Lin's body shook as he said in panic. The egg looked like it was about to explode, so he didn't know whether he should put it down or not. Tina's expression shifted, and she immediately flew toward Enlin as a dazzling white light erupted from her hand. Be careful, Giant Enlin. That's spatial realm swap. The world suddenly trembled again. The golden egg released some kind of power, and an extremely terrifying spatial power began to sweep out. And Lin's pupils contracted. In the next instant, he was struck by a terrifying sense of dizziness, and he was plunged into complete darkness. The power of the spatial realm instantly spread for a radius of over 50 kilometers, enshrouding several hundred cultivators. In the next instant, all of the living beings disappeared, leaving behind only a barren wasteland. Deathly silence returned, as if nothing had ever happened. Crack! A spatial rift suddenly appeared in the air. Immediately afterward, a woman with a pair of long, slender legs and a pair of brows as sharp as swords emerged from the rift. She looked around at the empty space around her with raised eyebrows. Where are they? She pulled out her voice transmission talisman with a perplexed expression, only to find that she couldn't connect. That's strange. Where did the Imperial Guards go? The woman looked around her. She was the most powerful being that the Imperial family had sent to assist Su Exan when he requested reinforcements from the Imperial family, Great General Long Kuei. Soon after, Long Kuei discovered a white gate of light somewhere else. I've finally found you, the entrance to the mystic realm. A smile appeared on her face as she made her way toward the gate of light. Within a vast expanse of darkness, Anlin abruptly came to his senses and sat up. He opened his eyes to find that the light in the sky was a little blinding. He looked up, and his mouth gaped open in astonishment. Is the sky getting hot? That's right. The sky was getting hot, not burning. The colorful clouds in the sky formed a series of massive images, all of which had the same appearance. Yellow clouds formed her face. Her round face was adorable. Her curved lips were arrogant, but not delicate. Her slightly flushed cheeks made people feel infinite warmth. Her right eyes were filled with joy, making people's imagination roam. Her elegant eyebrows were raised to hide her achievements and fame. That's right. It was King comical, and Lin was dumbstruck. There were countless, gigantic comical faces floating in the sky. Illusion, this must be an illusion. And Lin murmured to himself as he pulled out his realm-piercing nail and abruptly stabbed it toward his own hand, abandoning the defense of his body of the war god. Splat! Blood splattered through the air. Gasp, that hurts! And Lin grimaced in pain. Such realistic pain. This was no King illusion. And Lin stood up and looked up at the comical faces floating in the sky as his lips twitched. He felt like either this world had gone crazy or he had gone crazy. He averted his gaze from the sky with great difficulty and looked around to find that he was within a canyon. The vital energy around him was extremely rich, and there were all kinds of exotic plants growing along the edge of a clear stream. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, creating quite a pleasant scenery. Where is this place? Is this some kind of mystic realm? And Lin was dumbstruck. He had only heard Tina say that this was a spatial realm before he fainted. He had no idea where he was. A thought suddenly occurred to him, and he immediately patted the white fox divine box on his back, upon which his heart relaxed slightly. He thought about it for a moment before looking into the box. The golden egg lay silently within, completely motionless. Thank God the egg was still there. And Lin took a deep breath before rising into the air. He had to see what kind of world this was. A spectacular landscape unfurled before his eyes as he hovered in the air. To the east were beautiful mountain ranges. To the west were undulating plateaus and the Gobi Desert. To the south was a vast expanse of crimson earth. And to the north was an extremely majestic mountain that pierced through the comical faces and into the clouds. It's so big! And Lin stared at the boundless landscape before him with astonishment. He turned his gaze down to discover that the canyon beneath his feet was part of a gargantuan diagram. The canyon was like a series of indentations that intertwined with one another to form a gargantuan phoenix totem that was several dozen kilometers in size. An ancient and primordial aura emanated from the totem on the ground, striking fear into the hearts of all onlookers. Is this the work of the gods, or is it the work of an external force? What does it entail for such a gargantuan phoenix to appear on the ground? And Lin's brows furrowed as he murmured to himself. A thought suddenly occurred to him as a thought occurred to him. Could it be that this is the true realm of the fallen phoenix? Chapter 708. On a green plateau, a charming and beautiful woman stood alone. Lu Qianhuan looked up at the comical faces in the sky with a speechless expression before abruptly slapping her own head. That's strange, Am I hallucinating because I've been playing on my phone for too long? No, this is definitely a form of provocation. A blatant provocation. Funny, eat my final flash. Lu Qinhuan's six-feathered staff spun rapidly in front of her as vital energy surged violently. A scorching white pillar of light erupted forth before abruptly crashing toward one of the comical faces in the sky. Boom! The comical face exploded. However, there were still tens of thousands of large comical faces hovering in the air, all of which were mocking expressions on their faces. Aha! This is going to drive me insane. The woman felt like she was crazy. She had to be crazy to see so many comical faces. The real world couldn't be this ridiculous. At the same time, on the crimson land in the south, Su Wenjun stepped onto the scorching earth and waved his hand casually. The air began to warp and ripple as an oncoming flaming lizard dragon was pulverized. He raised his head to look up at the comical faces in the sky with a profound expression. The image in the sky must contain some kind of message. What an indescribably peculiar expression. Just looking at it gives me a sense of unease. In the eastern mountain range, a black-robed man traversed several hundred meters with each and every step he took. He was the sect leader of the life-harvesting sect, Duan Hunzi. Ah, is this the image of the death god? My body trembled involuntarily at the sight of the image in the sky. Duan Hunzi's breathing accelerated, and his teeth chattered as he said, the twisted face, the half-moon drooping eyes, the pupils turning to the left, and the corners of the mouth curling up into a smile. The corners of the mouth curled up all the way to the cheeks, but there's no tissue tearing. It's strange yet natural. It's terrifying. It's breathtaking. This is an extremely joyous and joyful state. This smile. This is the smile of the death god. Ha ha ha. Duan Hunzi became more and more excited as he spoke. His Tao of dead souls had improved significantly due to this comical face. Our life-harvesting sect will use this smile of the death god as our sect symbol from now on. Ha ha ha. Within a forest, Su Qianyin was given quite a fright by the comical faces in the sky. She felt like this image was familiar, but she didn't know where she had seen it before. This was the scariest part. It was like a smiling face floating in her nightmares, smiling at her with an unknown meaning. Just as she was making her way forward with her heart pounding with fear, she encountered another group of people. They were clearly from the same sect, and there were 5 of them in total. Both of them faltered upon seeing each other. Don't come. We're from the Heaven and Earth Infinite sect. A tall and broad man immediately drew his long sword in fright upon seeing Su Qianyin and stared at her with a nervous expression. The Greenwood Imperial family and the 4-9 Immortal sect were simply too renowned. Not only was Su Qianyin an extremely important figure in the Greenwood Imperial family, but she was also a core member of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Su Qianyin faltered slightly upon hearing this. She had some recollection of this boundless heaven and earth sect. It seemed to be a second-rate sect in the Purple Star State, but she didn't think that she would encounter it here. Mengyang, look at how scared you are. Don't forget that we're in a strange space, and she's the only one here. A sinister smile appeared on the man's face as he spoke, and his scorching eyes roamed over Su Qianyin's body. Sect leader, you mean? A sinister smile appeared on the man's face as he spoke, and his scorching eyes roamed over Su Qianyin's body. The tall man was startled when he heard this. Then he suddenly said, Sect master, you mean? That's right. We have 3 spirit nurturing stage cultivators, 1 soul formation initial stage cultivator, and 1 soul formation intermediate stage cultivator. So how can we not take care of a half-step soul formation stage cultivator? You have to realize that the princesses of the imperial family have a lot of treasures, and this princess is an exquisitely beautiful woman. The other 4 cultivators instantly became excited upon hearing this, and they all pulled out their weapons as they stared at the outrageously beautiful woman before them with scorching eyes. Su Qianyin, Well, I originally wanted to say a few words, but now it seems that there's nothing more to say. The 5 boundless sect disciples unleashed their terrifying auras as they closed in on Su Chinyan. It was also at this moment that the dreamy and illusory immortal artifact, Moonlight Disk, suddenly appeared, and it pierced through space and drew out a ripple in space. In the next instant, the sect leader and the other 4 people who had yet to activate their domains froze on the spot as they stared at the woman in front of them in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Aren't you only half a step? Poochie! Blood spurted out, and the 5 bodies were split in half. The moonlight disk danced around the blue-dressed woman like a fairy. Su Chinyan shook her head lightly and turned to leave. An early-stage soul formation cultivator and a middle-stage soul formation cultivator? She was able to pummel him when she was only at the spirit-nurturing final stage, let alone now that she was already at the half-step soul formation stage. The world always had a misconception about the powers of the supremely talented cultivators from the Celestial Court. They had no idea how vast the disparity in power was due to bloodlines, natural talents, cultivation methods, and weapons. If they didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves, they wouldn't even be able to call themselves students of the Celestial Court. Sigh. Why are there always people who covet my beauty? Being too pretty is also a problem. Su Chinyan pouted as she murmured to herself as she flew around aimlessly on the wind. On a gargantuan mountain in the northern region of this realm, halfway up the mountain, there was an extremely miniature white dog lying on the ground with its aura concealed as it waited for reinforcements. This little white dog was none other than Dabai in his miniature form. Dabai had just witnessed an earth-shattering battle between Return to Void Stage mighty figures. Even though it had only lasted for a very short period of time, it had already scared the sh*t out of him. It looked like all the cultivators in the realm of the fallen phoenix had been transferred to this realm. He was only a spirit-nurturing stage dog. Who could he defeat in this realm? He couldn't defeat anyone, so he could only lie low. Dabai hid behind a rock and looked up at the comical face in the distance with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Big brother, and hurry up and come over here. This realm is too dangerous. I can't live without you. What woof? In the air above the massive phoenix carving, and Lin flew on his brick and searched the area. Aside from a few weak cultivators, he didn't see anything else. How do I get out of this sh*tty place? And Lin furrowed his brows. He had the golden egg on his back now, so he would definitely become a target for everyone. His top priority now was to get out of here and find a place to reunite with his friends. And Lin suddenly turned toward the gargantuan mountain in the north. According to my past experience exploring mystic realms, this mountain is very likely the exit to this mystic realm. All right, I'll choose the mountain then. He reinvigorated himself and flew toward the gargantuan mountain in the distance, atop his brick. Right at this moment, a certain carving at the center of the phoenix carving appeared on the ravine. Suddenly, the void split open, forming a door of light that connected to space. A tall and slender woman in a suit of white armor walked out from the gate of light before surveying the world around her with curiosity. Could this be the real realm of the fallen phoenix? Not bad, not bad. My voice transmission talisman has been blocked, but it doesn't matter. With my powerful divine sense, I should be able to find Su Wenjun and the others in no time. Chapter 709. And Lin flew toward a gargantuan mountain in the distance. Even though he could see the mountain, it was still quite a distance away. From a rough estimate, it was at least a few 100 kilometers away. Boom, boom, boom. A battle had erupted beneath a waterfall on a small mountain in the distance. And Lin was an onlooker, and he immediately flew toward the location of the battle atop his brick. He was greeted by the sight of 2 beautiful women in colorful dresses bullying a sword-wielding man. Both of them were soul formation initial stage cultivators. The man was forced into retreat and was on the brink of collapse, and Lin was astonished and he immediately let loose an almighty roar. UB*TCH. Let go of that man and come at me. The two Red Building Valley female cultivators who were attacking the Flying Divine sect disciple were both dumbstruck by the sight of the man flying toward them. Wasn't this the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect? They were bullying a Flying Divine sect disciple, so what did that have to do with Enlin? The Flying Divine sect disciple took advantage of the moment when the two female cultivators were dumbstruck to hurtle back and retreat before turning to Enlin with shock and elation on his face. Thank you, sect leader Enlin, for your assistance. The two female cultivators from the Red Building Valley looked at Enlin with cautious expressions. They didn't know what Enlin was thinking, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, they wore solemn expressions. Enlin slowly descended atop his black brick with his hands clasped behind his back. He asked in a slow voice, "Why are you fighting?" The two female cultivators looked at each other before turning to Enlin with astonishment etched on their faces. It was as if they were saying, "Why are you meddling in our fight?" The male cultivator pointed at the two female cultivators. They tried to seduce me and suck my yang energy. I fought with my life on the line to avoid being harmed by those two demonic women. The two female cultivators blushed upon hearing this, and one of them argued, "You won't die if you suck it, and it feels really good." And Lin, the male cultivator, "I don't know if it feels good or not, but I do know that my energy will definitely be sucked away, and you'll be able to do whatever you want." The male cultivator gritted his teeth. "Do whatever you want." And Lin was a little excited. "Since Senior and Lin is here and won't let us fight, let's leave this place," a rather sexy female cultivator said. After saying that, the two female cultivators turned around and were about to leave. "Wait!" And Lin suddenly shouted. The two female cultivators stopped in their tracks, and they really didn't dare to leave. After all, the person who had just spoken was the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, a sect that dared to oppose the 5 first-rate sects. How could they dare to do anything disrespectful? Ahem, as a senior, I can't just believe whatever you say. And Lin cleared his throat and continued, "You have to prove to me that not only will you not die from inhaling yang qi, but it will also feel great." The two female cultivators, a certain male cultivator, and Lin was actually curious and wanted to test out the power of this legendary spell technique. After all, he was a noble person, a pure person, a person who was free from vulgar interests. He was doing this purely to experience the diversity of immortal spell techniques in order to establish a solid foundation for his own cultivation path. Senior and Lin, what you're saying is that you want us to use a spell technique that sucks away your yang energy. The sexy female cultivator took a deep breath before asking with incredulity in her eyes, and Lin nodded nonchalantly. He had been in the cultivation world for so long, but he had never seen a spell technique like this, so he naturally wanted to broaden his horizons. Do you want to leave?" And Lin turned to the male cultivator. The male cultivator's lips twitched, and he silently turned around. Senior." A petite female with an equally voluptuous figure made her way over with a shy and nervous expression on her face. "Are you sure you're not going to retaliate if you're going to be sucked in? Come on." And Lin spoke with a righteous expression. The two female cultivators looked at each other before making hand seals. Immediately afterward, a pink energy rope materialized before them, dyeing the entire space pink. And Lin blinked. "Don't you guys want to dance, wink at me, or take off your clothes or something?" The two seductive female cultivators glared at Enlin with embarrassment and annoyance. "We're from a decent sect, and we cultivate in a proper spell technique that absorbs yang qi. Don't treat us like lecherous, demonic women." And Lin didn't interject. He stood on the spot and decided to see what a proper spell technique that could absorb yang qi looked like. Two pink energy ropes danced in the air before transforming into two pink spirit snakes that swept toward Enlin. instantly binding Enlin's body. Oh, so this is a binding play? Enlin was quite intrigued. The two pink spirit snakes opened their mouths to reveal sharp fangs before biting down viciously toward Enlin's arm at the same time. Thump, thump. Two crisp cracks erupted as the pink spirit snake's fangs snapped. PFFF. The two female cultivators seemed to have suffered a backlash from the energy of the spirit snake spell technique as they threw up mouthfuls of blood. The pink energy dissipated, and the two female cultivators stared at Enlin with astonishment on their faces. What's going on with your body? Enlin blinked with confusion. I didn't do anything, and that's it? I can't absorb it, the female cultivator replied with a pitiable expression. Can't absorb it? Enlin's body swayed slightly as he stared at the two seductive female cultivators with incredulity etched on his face. Are you sure? Didn't you say you'd feel good after being hit by a spell technique? Senior Enlin, your body is simply too powerful. There's really nothing we can do. One of the female cultivators wiped the blood from the corners of her lips with despair etched on her face. Please do us a favor and let us go. Enlin was also in despair. He had wanted to experience this legendary spell technique for himself, but it didn't work. Could it be that he didn't even have the right to feel good anymore? All right. You can go now. He waved his hands dejectedly and gave up on the thought of experiencing this spell technique in the end. The two female cultivators immediately flew away upon hearing this, fearing that they would be caught again and forced to do some strange things to Enlin if they didn't get away quickly enough. Senior Enlin, thank you for your help. Otherwise, I would have been defiled by those two demonic women. The male cultivator hurried over to express his gratitude with an elated expression. Enlin glared at the male cultivator. What are you thanking me for? You're wasting my time. Humph. He rose into the air atop his brick as he spoke and continued toward the massive mountain. The male cultivator stared blankly at the black brick in the distance. Why is he suddenly angry again? Are all seniors these days so weird? However, the male cultivator wasn't a bad person, and he was going to remember this favor and repay it when the opportunity presented itself in the future. Even though what he was doing was insignificant in the eyes of a mighty figure like Enlin, he was still going to do it regardless. Right at this moment, atop the gargantuan mountain, Dubai encountered the greatest crisis in his life. Chapter 710. Dubai had initially planned to hide behind a boulder and wait for Enlin to rescue him. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by the 3 soul formation stage Heavenly Demonic Sect elders of the Heavenly Demonic Sect. Isn't that Dubai from the 4-9 Immortal Sect? Taoist priest Dong Su's eyes lit up as he stared at the little white dog behind the boulder. He was a soul formation intermediate stage powerful being and possessed a void spirit eye that could see through illusions. So Dubai's concealment spell technique was naturally unable to escape his detection. His appearance has changed, but his essence hasn't. It's him. The other 2 Heavenly Demon Sect elders were extremely excited upon hearing this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we capture him alive and hand him over to sect leader Yulang, perhaps we'll be able to secure the Phoenix Egg. That's right. We'll use the lives of the core members of the 4-9 Immortal Sect as a bargaining chip to exchange for a Phoenix Egg. Taoist priest Dong Su chuckled as he slowly approached Dubai. Dubai was hiding behind a boulder, and his beast-like instincts suddenly made his hair stand on end as he transformed into his huge dog form and fled for his life. The 3 Heavenly Demon Sect elders faltered upon seeing this. They had concealed their auras as they approached the white dog, but they were still detected by it, and it immediately fled. Hee, do you really think you can escape from us? Chase him down. Taoist priest Dong Su issued a command, and the Heavenly Demon Sect elders no longer concealed their auras as they transformed into 3 streaks of black light that chased after Dubai. Dubai's face turned deathly pale at the sight of his enemies, and he immediately unleashed his Azure Wolf inheritance with all his might to unleash his wind evasion technique. These were 3 soul formation stage cultivators. Even if it risked its life, there was no way it could defeat all 3 of them at once. A black energy blast tore through the air toward Dubai. Dubai performed a gliding maneuver in the air, narrowly dodging the attack from the energy cannon. The energy blast missed Dubai and struck the mountain, instantly blasting a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter into the mountain. Phew, that was close. Dubai heaved a sigh of relief. The power of the energy cannon was so terrifying. If it had been hit, it would have been seriously injured. "Oh, I didn't think you'd be able to evade so quickly." A faint smile appeared on Taoist priest Dong Su's face, and a confident look appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, 9 black energy cannons instantly formed in the void beside him. Each of the energy cannons was comparable to a full power attack from a soul formation stage cultivator. The 9 black energy cannons all hurtled toward Dubai, leaving a series of inky black trajectories in the air. Dubai was so scared that his dog body trembled. He moved in an elegant manner in the air, constantly dodging. Boom, 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 one after another, the energy cannons missed. It had to be said that although Dubai's figure wasn't that great, he was super agile when he moved. Perhaps it was because it had been ridden by Lin for a long time, but it had learned all kinds of stances and was able to dodge all of Taoist priest Dongshu's attacks. Even Taoist priest Dong Su's expression shifted slightly upon seeing this. However, as Dubai dodged, his speed slowed down slightly. The other 2 elders of the heavenly demon sect took advantage of this opportunity to close in on him. They aimed their hands at the fleeing Dubai, and black chains shot out from their palms. The chains whizzed toward Dubai like a bolt of black lightning. Dubai had no time to evade, and one of the chains latched onto one of his hind legs. The fearsome binding force caused his flight to falter momentarily. At this moment, the 2 elders had already caught up to him. Dubai reacted in an extremely decisive manner. He immediately turned around, and his aura soared to its peak as he slashed his claws, which were imbued with the chaotic, sky-crushing claws, toward one of the elders. A blue blade projection tore through the air before tearing into the elder's body right before his eyes, which were filled with shock and horror. Blood splattered through the air, and the elder let loose a wail of anguish as he hurtled back in retreat. The other elder's sword projection was imbued with a piercing sharpness as it stabbed toward Dubai's body. Clang! A crisp clang erupted, and the elder's pupils contracted upon seeing his long sword strike and Lin's extremely powerful golden light barrier. This was the life-saving artifact that Lin had given to Dubai, the shield of promised victory, which could withstand one lethal attack. Dubai took this opportunity to unleash another claw strike. The sharp, chaotic, sky-crushing claws tore into the elder's chest again, inflicting severe wounds upon him as he hurtled back in retreat. Dubai, who was only at the pinnacle of the spirit nurturing stage, was able to severely wound 2 soul formation initial stage elders. "You filthy animal! How dare you wound my sex elders?" Taoist priest Dong Su had already arrived at this moment. He was both shocked and enraged. An elder of the heavenly demon sect had been severely wounded by a spirit-nurturing stage dog. This was a great humiliation to him. A black light enshrouded Taoist priest Dong Su's fist, and his black domain of suppression expanded to bind Dubai in the air. Boom! The fist was imbued with killing intent as it crashed into Dubai's body, upon which Dubai's body caved in. Howl! Dubai let loose a pained cry as he threw up a large mouthful of blood along with his shattered internal organs. Even though he was only at the spirit-nurturing final stage, he was still unable to withstand the full-force attack of a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator. Dubai's body crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Humph! Who gave you the guts to wound my sex elders? Taoist priest Dong Su flew toward Dubai with an inky black, domain emanating menacing killing intent around his body. Who gave me the guts? My parents gave me the guts, of course. Woof! Dabai lay in the crater with no sign of surrender. Elder Dong Su, let us torture this be***starred first before tying him up. One of the severely wounded elders turned to Dabai with a sinister expression. That's right. Let us vent our anger first. I can't take this anymore. The other elder chimed in. A soul formation stage powerful being had been severely wounded by a spirit-nurturing stage dog. This was infuriating to them. They had to avenge themselves. Dabai's body shuddered. Aren't you afraid of Enlin's revenge for torturing me like this? Aren't you afraid of the 4-9 immortal sect's revenge? Woof! The two elders faltered slightly before chortling with glee. This be***starred must have been scared silly by us. We dared to use you as a bargaining chip to exchange for the phoenix egg with Enlin of the 4-9 immortal sect. So, of course, we're not afraid of their revenge. The 4-9 immortal sect's revenge is nothing compared to the value of the phoenix egg. An elder's smile was still plastered on his face when one of his arms flew through the air in the next instant. Blood gushed forth and splattered all over the ground. The other elder opened his mouth slightly, but before he could react, a figure rushed in front of him and smashed him to the ground with a punch. Then a foot stepped on his chest, and the terrifying force directly shattered the bones in his chest. Say that again, if you dare. The voice was like a sinister wind from the depths of hell. Even Taoist priest Dong Su began to tremble uncontrollably. The two elders stared at the newcomer with expressions of shock and horror on their faces, and they were at a complete loss for words. Tears of excitement welled up in Dabai's eyes. Big brother, and you're finally here. Chapter 711. Enlin looked at Dabai, who was lying feebly on the ground, before turning to the elder beneath his feet with terrifying killing intent brewing in his calm expression. The elder with the severed arm was still wailing with anguish, but the elder on the ground was trembling with fear, and he was unable to say anything. Weren't you all very arrogant just then? Repeat what you just said. Enlin looked down at the elder on the ground and demanded in a cold voice, I was wrong. Please spare me, senior. The elder on the ground was completely devoid of his previous arrogance. He stared at Enlin with shock and horror on his face, and his body trembled uncontrollably. 3 of you bullying a dog, and you think you're feeling a sense of accomplishment? Don't you know that Dabai is the mascot of our sect? Huh. Enlin stomped his foot, and a cracking sound erupted as the heavenly demon sect elder's internal organs were pulverized by the terrifying force of the stomp. Dabai. When did I become the mascot of our sect? Woof. You have to look at the owner before you beat a dog, and you guys sure have guts to beat up my friend. Lightning flashed on Enlin's fingertips, and his voice was laced with killing intent. He had clearly been completely enraged. There's nothing wrong with looking at the owner before you beat a dog, woof. Dabai continued, and Lin glared at Dabai. Stop messing around. Let me finish my act in one go. Dabai! The elder on the ground suddenly opened his mouth, and a fearsome energy began to accumulate. Boom! A bolt of golden void lightning flashed through the air at an even faster speed before striking the elder's body, instantly reducing him to charcoal. The elder's mouth gaped open as he died with resentment in his eyes. Taoist priest Dong Su immediately fled into the distance upon seeing this, and Lin chuckled coldly. You want to run? I'm sorry, but all those who bully Dabai must die. First technique, wind sword, and Lin's body instantly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, he had already appeared behind Taoist priest Dong Su, and white streams of wind revolved around his evil-slaying sword as it fell. Another arm flew into the sky. Taoist priest Dong Su let out a wail of anguish before hurling a black energy ball toward Lin. And Lin reached out with his left hand expressionlessly and smashed the powerful black ball with a single slap. Then He swung his sword at Taoist priest Dong Su. Taoist priest Dong Su transformed from Yanghua to an armless old man. Then he was sent flying for over 1,000 meters by Lin's roundhouse kick, and he tumbled to the side of another armless old man. This was the crushing effect caused by the huge difference in strength. The heavenly demonic sect elder had no strength to fight back at all, and Lin flew back to Dabai's side, stroked the soft white fur, and said softly, "How is it? You were so excited just now. Why can't you even stand up now?" Dabai was still lying in the crater with a dispirited expression on his face. Every time he breathed, he would grimace in pain as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Big brother I can still hold on. Hurry up and take care of those 2B asterisk stards who are still alive. Woof." And Lin didn't reply. Instead, he placed his hand on Dabai's back to assess his injuries. Soon he furrowed his brows. Dabai's injuries had already reached his bones and meridians. If he had arrived just a little later, Dabai might really have been tortured beyond recognition. He immediately pulled out a coffin and picked up Dabai. "Lie in there." Dabai's eyes widened at the sight of the coffin, and tears began to flow from his eyes. "Big brother I'm not dead. Why did you throw me into a coffin? Woof. I'm not telling you to lie in a coffin to bury you. This immortal tool, the blood soul jade coffin, has the ability to absorb the life force around it to heal its own injuries. Be a good boy." And Lin placed Dabai into the coffin as he spoke. "Big brother don't lie to me. I don't want to die young, woof." Dabai spoke with a nervous expression. At this moment, Taoist priest Dong Su and the elder fled into the distance again, and this time they were fleeing in different directions. And Lin chuckled lightly. "You think I won't be able to do anything if you split up?" He extended his hands and made a grabbing motion toward the two fleeing figures. Spatial congealing. Crack. It was as if space had congealed, and the two fleeing figures were immobilized in midair. Spatial manipulation? How could this be? Only returned to void stage mighty figures are capable of using this power. How could you possibly be able to use it? Taoist priest Dong Su roared in shock. The elder with the severed arm had turned deathly pale with fright, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This is just an application of the power of extreme frost in the Purple Star civilization. You idiots won't understand it anyway, so get your asses back here. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face as he pressed his hands downward, and a massive golden palm slapped the two of them into the ground like rubber balls. The two of them threw up mouthfuls of blood again before being dragged back to where they were before by Lin. "Tell me, Dabai, how should we deal with these two?" And Lin clapped his hands as he stood tall and straight, and there was a hint of ruthlessness and ferocity in his eyes. Bai Wu's beady eyes glowed brightly. At this moment, Lin was mighty, masculine, and reliable. Even Bai was rooted to the spot, and he only managed to squeeze out a few words after a long while. "Big brother, you're so handsome." And Lin's lips twitched. "Cut the crap and tell me how we should deal with these two." Taoist priest Dong Su and the other elder immediately begged for mercy from Dabai upon seeing that the final decision was in Dabai's hands. Dabai wasn't a merciful person, but he wasn't a heartless person either. He used his paw to make the final decision on the two people's fates. "Big brother give those two F asterisk king B asterisk start a quick death." Woof. Boom. The two heavenly demon sect elders were charred black by the terrifying golden void lightning before dying on the spot. Phew, it's over. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief before turning to Dabai with a smile. "Are you feeling better?" Dabai was lying on the blood jade coffin, which glowed with a bright red light as it absorbed the vitality around it. "I'm much better, big brotherin. Your performance just then was so badass, woof." Dabai was extremely excited. "Hee, it's just normal. Don't make a fuss." And Lin waved a hand with a calm expression. "Recover from your injuries as soon as possible. Then we'll find a way out of here. This golden egg on my back is too eye-catching, and I'm going to attract a lot of attention no matter where I go. Dabai nodded before swallowing a regenerative spirit pill to speed up his recovery. The blood soul jade coffin was worthy of being a healing immortal artifact. Coupled with the healing effects of the spirit pill, it only took a short while for his injuries to be mostly healed. Big brother in, I'm done. Let's go, Woof. Dabai stood up from within the blood soul jade coffin. His eyes were bright, and he was brimming with energy and vigor. His mind, energy, and spirit had all been significantly enhanced. A joyful smile appeared on Lin's face upon seeing this. Let's go, Dabai. Let's go beat someone up. Didn't you say we're going to find a way out? Woof. During this process, if you encounter any Heavenly Demons sect members, beat them to death. Genius, Woof. Thus, the white-robed man rose into the air atop his dog again before flying toward the towering mountain. Chapter 712. There was a man flying through the air beside the gargantuan mountain. He was the divine general of the Greenwood imperial family, Dongwa. Dongwa was a little dejected as he searched for a way out of the divine mountain. He looked up at the comical face in the sky, and a wry smile appeared on his face. The comical faces floating in the sky seemed to be mocking him for everything he had done before. Deeply engraved in his bones and heart, he had been single for over 3,000 years, and he had thought that he had found his true love. However, it turned out that he wasn't the one holding that woman, and he wasn't the one saving the damsel in distress. Not only that, but he had also been severely wounded by a soul formation stage cultivator. He had even overheard other cultivators discussing him in hushed tones, saying that he was the weakest return to void stage cultivator in 10,000 years. If it weren't for the fact that the situation was quite urgent, he would have killed that blabbermouth cultivator a long time ago. Dongwa looked up into the sky and heaved a long sigh. Sigh. Why didn't I be braver and run away with Princess Yunlu? Even though it would have been a little slower, perhaps I would have still been able to escape. A remorseful expression appeared on his face. He felt like he had missed out on a perfect opportunity. However, it was also at this moment that he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure flying past on a dog in the distance. That's Lin. Dongwa's eyes widened, and his heart rate accelerated. In his eyes, Lin wasn't a rival who posed much of a threat, but he soon discovered how naive he was. All of the heavy blows he had suffered had been bestowed upon him by Lin. In terms of love, Princess Yunlu was extremely fond of Lin. In terms of career, Lin was the sect leader of the first-rate 4-9 Immortal sect. In terms of power, Lin had severely wounded him with a single sword strike. Tears welled up in Dongwa's eyes as he thought about this. If things continued like this, Lin would probably haunt him for the rest of his life. No. Dongwa abruptly raised his head, and battle intent burned in his eyes as he turned toward the figure flying toward him on dog kinesis flight. I was only wounded by him because I was too careless, and he may not be a match for me in a real battle. Furthermore, he was carrying that phoenix egg on his back. Once I snatch the phoenix egg, even if I don't use it, I can hand it over to the Greenwood Imperial family. That way, I can transfer the hatred to them. And Lin couldn't possibly go against the entire royal family, could he? Also, because of the phoenix egg, my status in the royal family will rise immeasurably, and I will receive countless resources. In fact, the emperor might even betroth his daughter to me. An involuntary smile appeared on Dongwa's face as he imagined the story of him reaching the pinnacle of his life. His footsteps did not stop as he continued to traverse space and immediately charged towards Lin. Fellow Taoist Lin, please wait. Dongwa yelled, and Lin was flying along the mountain path on Dabai's back, and he had already detected Dongwa's presence before he had even spoken. And Lin turned around to look at the man who was flying towards him. He was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this the man whom he had killed in an instant? Why did he ask him to stop? Please take my sword. Dongwa suddenly drew his green dawn spirit sword, and his aura soared explosively as an extremely sharp azure sword projection appeared around his body. slicing through the air toward Enlin's heart. Enlin, Dabai, Dongwa was ecstatic at the sight of Enlin's dumbstruck expression, and his heart was filled with glee. The azure sword projection pierced through the air like a divine sword, sweeping up turbulent waves of vital energy within a radius of 5 kilometers. Even a return to void stage mighty figure would definitely be severely wounded if they were to take this attack head-on. And Lin was just a soul formation stage cultivator. No matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could survive this attack head-on. Ding! The green dawn spirit sword pierced through space before striking in Lin's heart, upon which boundless light erupted forth. Dongwa was then dumbstruck. The tip of the sword had stopped on Enlin's chest, tearing through his robe, but it was unable to pierce even an inch into his skin. A 5-colored light swirled around the spot where Enlin's heart had been struck, and it was like the most indestructible wall. There was not even a single crack. Dongwa. His most powerful attack had been blocked without so much as a scratch? This was way too terrifying. This didn't make any sense. He raised his head to discover that Enlin was looking at him with a cold expression. Enlin was looking down at him as if he were looking down at an ant, and his legs involuntarily gave out from under him. "Huh, you're telling me to stop so I can take a sword strike from you?" Enlin chuckled coldly. "Mr. Enlin, this is a misunderstanding. I saw that your cultivation base was quite profound, so I decided to test you. This is purely a sparring match." Dong's expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly tried to explain himself, and Lin's lips twitched. "Do you even believe what you're saying? Dabai. Even a dog wouldn't believe that, woof." A ferocious expression suddenly appeared on Dong's face. "Take another sword strike." The azure sword projection flashed again before hurtling toward Lin's neck at an extremely terrifying speed. Ding! The sword projection tore through the air for over 3,000 meters, sweeping up gale-force winds. The tip of the sword stopped right before Lin's neck, but the sword projection, which was sharp enough to shatter space, was unable to advance any further. Dongwa was astonished, and he hurriedly retreated in an attempt to escape. And Lin twisted his neck from side to side, and a layer of golden lightning suddenly appeared over his body. "You've already taken 2 sword strikes from me, so it's only right for me to return the favor." Whoosh! Lightning flashed as Lin pounced toward Dongwa at an even faster speed while golden void lightning revolved around his longsword. Dong's expression shifted once again. What a familiar technique! Thinking back, his illustrious reputation had been ruined by this very same technique. Break through! He didn't want to fall for the same trick again. The green dawn spirit sword's sword projection soared into the sky as it slashed down upon the oncoming Enlin. The green sword projection was like an upside-down green river as it swept toward Enlin. Everything in its path was pulverized by the boundless sword intent. This sword strike was imbued with the most powerful sword intent he had learned in his life, and he was determined to avenge himself. And Lin's sword also fell, and a golden void sword projection that was powerful enough to pulverize all things clashed with the azure river. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently as the golden lightning and the azure sword projection clashed with one another. Boundless energy swept forth in a frenzy, dyeing the entire space in 2 completely different colors. I finally managed to block it. Dongwa panted heavily as a smug and confident expression finally appeared on his face as he looked at the energy clashing before him. Right at this moment, heaven and earth suddenly fell into darkness. His surroundings were suddenly plunged into boundless darkness, and even his senses were completely stripped away. A sense of impending doom instantly enveloped his entire body, and he immediately slashed toward a certain spot in the air. However, the sword in the darkness was even faster, and it instantly punctured his chest. Splat! Blood splattered through the air. When heaven and earth returned to normal, Dongguo was greeted by the sight of Enlin's expressionless face, as if he had just done something extremely mundane. Enlin impaled Dongguo with his sword, and he crashed to the ground, creating a crater with a radius of over 1,000 feet. Dongguo was pinned to the ground by the evil-slaying sword, and his entire body trembled as a sense of indescribable exhaustion welled up in his heart. How did you suddenly become so powerful? He stared at Enlin with incredulity on his face. He had clearly unleashed his full power just then. Even in the face of boundless darkness, he was still able to accurately determine his enemy's location. However, for some reason, Enlin's speed and power seemed to have suddenly elevated explosively to a higher level. Dongguo was completely unable to defend himself, and he was instantly wounded by Enlin's sword. How did I suddenly become so powerful? Enlin turned to Dongguo with a peculiar expression. Isn't that obvious? I wasn't using my full power just then. Dongguo. Splat! Dongguo threw up another mouthful of blood as his blood flow was disrupted. Chapter 713. Dongguo looked down at the white-robed sword immortal, and he was struck by the despair of being dominated by him again. He was beginning to regret his actions. Why was he so stupid? Why couldn't he recognize the disparity between their powers? Sect leader Enlin, please don't do anything rash. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want me to do. Dongguo begged for his life. He really didn't want to die. He had finally reached the return to void stage, a rank that all cultivators could only dream of. He had a lifespan of over 1,000,000 years, so how could he die here? He was willing to pay any price in order to survive. I'm a vengeful person. You're trying to kill me, so how can I let you go? Enlin couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. He pulled out the evil-slaying sword from Dongguo's chest and was just about to strike again. Wait, I can establish a slave contract with you. That way, you won't have to worry about me harming you. Dongguo yelled with a desperate expression. Enlin's evil-slaying sword faltered slightly in midair. Dongguo's heart heaved a sigh of relief. He had done everything he could in order to survive. A powerful return to void stage mighty figure like him was willing to become Enlin's slave. Enlin would definitely be ecstatic, right? After all, to any cultivator, a void returning realm slave was extremely tempting, and it was impossible to resist. He could only take things slowly from here on out. Dongguo sighed internally with humiliation on his face. Slave contract. Enlin thought to himself for a moment before a disdainful expression appeared on his face. No way. You're too weak. What did you say? Dongguo stared at Enlin in shock, and even his breathing had accelerated. I am the most renowned sword immortal in the Purple Star State. My aptitude is only inferior to Jiang Yanin's, and I'm a return to void stage mighty figure. How dare you say I'm weak? Dongguo felt like he had been humiliated, and this was the most humiliating humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. Enlin didn't want to say anything, but the disdain on his face intensified upon hearing that his aptitude was even lower than Jiang Yanin's. Holy F asterisk CK, you're even weaker than that weakling Jiang Yanin? Dongguo, Enlin was telling the truth. Thinking back to the time when he was only a newbie of the spirit nurturing stage, he had already thrashed Jiang Yanin in a battle of true intent. Now this guy was saying that he was weaker than Jiang Yanin? That was really too useless. Dongguo could see that Enlin's expression didn't appear to be fake, and he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Was he so weak that he didn't even want it for free? Dongguo fell into a state of deep self-doubt, and even his Tao heart began to waver. I'll tell you the truth. Each of my 5 servants is far stronger than you, so you're useless to me. Rest in peace. Enlin slashed his sword down toward Dongguo as soon as he finished speaking. Dongguo made a grabbing motion toward Enlin. Kacha! Spatial shackles. Enlin's sword was forcefully stopped in his tracks. Ha ha ha. A battle between return to void stage mighty figures isn't something you can fathom. This is the difference in power. No matter how powerful you are, you'll have no choice but to kneel in the face of this spatial power. Dong Guo clasped a hand over his bleeding chest as he chortled with glee. Right at this moment, a streak of red light pierced through the air and instantly shattered the spatial shackles. Dong Guo's mouth gaped open in shock, and he was just about to turn and flee when golden lightning flashed through the air as the evil slaying sword slashed through the air in a lethal, inky black trajectory. Splat! Dong Guo raised his arm in front of him in this dire situation, but one of his arms was also severed by the evil slaying sword. What's there to be proud of just knowing some spatial power? And Lin's eyes flashed with golden lightning, and boundless lightning might erupted from his body as if he were a powerful lightning god. Dong Guo's face turned deathly pale with fright. This soul formation stage cultivator was far too powerful, far more powerful than he could comprehend. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge difference between a soul formation stage and a return to void stage cultivator? An inky black sword projection flashed through the air like lightning, and Dong Guo fell to the ground again amid a splatter of blood. Please spare me, Senior and Lin. I didn't mean to offend you, so you can punish me however you want, but please don't kill me. Dong Guo had tears flowing down his face as he begged for mercy. This was the first time Lin had seen such a cowardly return to void stage mighty figure. Couldn't he at least have some pride and dignity? I am a divine general of the Greenwood Imperial family. If you kill me, your relationship with the Greenwood Imperial family will definitely be strained, and your marriage with Princess Yin Lu will be severely hindered. As long as you spare my life, I promise I will do everything in my power to help you, and you'll definitely be able to marry Princess Yin Lu. Dong Guo continued, and Lin. For some reason, and Lin wanted to kill him even more. This man really had no bottom line. Dong Guo took a deep breath upon seeing that Lin's killing intent was still lingering, and he spoke with a serious expression. I didn't do any substantial harm to you, so why do you have to kill me, Senior? That's an attempted murder. If it weren't for the fact that I have a divine body to protect me, you might really have succeeded. Why should I show mercy to an enemy who wants to kill me and steal my treasures? And Lin remained completely unmoved. Don't force me. Even a dog will bite when it's cornered. A vicious expression appeared on Dong Guo's face. You can't bite me, and Lin said in a cold voice. Dong Guo. He really wanted to retort, but to his dismay, he discovered that he really couldn't bite Lin. By the way, why haven't your reinforcements arrived yet? And Lin asked in a nonchalant voice. Dong Guo's expression faltered before becoming one of astonishment. How did you know? It's just a voice transmission between return to void stage mighty figures. To be honest, my consciousness's divine sense is far more powerful than yours, which is why I know that you've sent a distress signal to Su Wenjun. And Lin flicked a finger with a nonchalant expression. Dong Guo was astonished once again. Just who was this young man? Even his consciousness's divine sense was more powerful than his. Or could it be that his return to void stage cultivation base was fake? It was no wonder that Dong Guo was so skeptical. After all, there was a qualitative difference between a soul formation stage consciousness and a return to void stage consciousness. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible for a soul formation stage cultivator to possess a consciousness comparable to a return to void stage cultivator, let alone an overwhelming advantage like this. However, what he didn't think was that Lin's initial success stage body of the war god would be able to elevate Lin's consciousness to the return to void stage. Furthermore, he had experienced the wonders of creation in Tina's divine mirror world, and he was constantly being refined by the world, thereby enhancing the power of his consciousness. It was exactly because of this that he was able to crush Dong Guo's consciousness with ease. You keep begging for your life and talking to stall for time, so I'll give you a chance to live. and Lin looked at Dongguo with a hint of a smile on his face. Dongguo's heart sank upon seeing Lin's confident expression. He was in despair. The man before him was like a towering mountain that was far more powerful than him. He was so powerful that he could only look up to him with no hope of conquering him. As expected of the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal Sect to possess such unfathomable power, why did he have to be so stupid to provoke such a powerful being? Dongguo lay on the ground with remorse and hatred in his heart. Right at this moment, an ethereal voice sounded from the distance. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for sparing a precious divine general for our Greenwood imperial family." The return to Void Stage mighty figure, Su Wenjun, arrived with a warm smile on his face. Tears almost flowed from Dongguo's eyes upon seeing who it was. The reinforcements he had called for had finally arrived. Chapter 714. And Lin's expression didn't change in the slightest upon seeing Su Wenjun. Everything was within his expectations. After all, he had tracked Dongguo's divine sense and knew that Su Wenjun was nearby. Su Wenjun was only a return to Void Intermediate Stage mighty figure, so there was no way he could kill Lin. On the contrary, if a battle were to break out, it would be an all-out war between the 4-9 Immortal Sect and the Greenwood Imperial family. He was confident that Su Wenjun would know what to do. The other first-rate sects could take his phoenix egg and run. But where could the Greenwood Imperial family run to? Were they going to abandon the Purple Star State? The resources of an entire state were probably worth a lot more than the phoenix egg. Hence, Su Wenjun wasn't going to take this risk. "Mr. Lin, what conditions would you have in exchange for releasing Dongguo?" Su Wenjun looked at the man lying on the ground with a hint of respect on his face. And Lin was quite pleased to be able to talk to sly, old foxes like him. He didn't even have to say it out loud to know what conditions he was going to state. It's very simple. Swear a Dao Heart vow to protect the 4-9 Immortal Sect members from this place. And Lin thought for a moment before replying. Once a Dao Heart vow was violated, an inner demon would appear, and it would be very difficult for one's cultivation base to progress. However, this vow wasn't very restrictive, and there were some mighty figures who could use certain methods to circumvent this restriction. No problem. Even if you didn't make this request, our Greenwood Imperial family would still be willing to escort our friend safely back to the outside world. Su Wenjun nodded with a smile, and Lin thought about this for a moment before adding, "Also, get Dongguo to establish a slave contract with me." Dongguo immediately flared up upon hearing this. "Didn't you say you didn't want me as a slave? Why have you changed your mind now?" "I've thought about it, and I feel like it's fine for you to become a lowly outer sect slave," and Lin said with a solemn expression. "PFFF." Dongguo threw up another mouthful of blood. What the F***CK was this? Was there such a thing in the cultivation world? Well, a conflicted expression appeared on Su Wenjun's face. "Don't worry, I won't order this slave around. He can remain in the Greenwood Imperial family to serve me. I will only summon him for some special matters," and Lin continued. Su Wenjun thought to himself, are they trying to infiltrate the Imperial family? However, this wasn't entirely unacceptable. At the very most, Dongguo wouldn't be allowed to come into contact with the core secrets of the sect, but he would still be able to serve as a top-notch fighter. He could also become a crucial link to the 4-9 Immortal Sect in the future. After all, the two forces did not necessarily have to oppose each other. It would naturally be best if it could be a win-win situation. If Princess Yunlu and Enlin were to become one, then perhaps the two of them would become an inseparable force. Countless thoughts flashed through Su Wenjun's mind. You have to realize that Dongguo was a man who deserved to die anyway. He tried to kill me, so I naturally had to take some measures to protect myself. And Lin looked down at Dongguo with a faint smile on his face. Dongguo was given quite a fright by Lin's sinister smile. Su Wenjun sighed and nodded. All right, I'm fine with it. He turned his gaze toward Dongwa. Divine General Dongwa, do you have any thoughts on this? Dongwa was extremely depressed. Su Wenjun had already agreed. So what else could he have? He would be screwed if he didn't establish a slave contract. Survival was the most important thing right now. Thus, everything was settled, and Su Wenjun swore a Dao heart vow. Dong Gu didn't need to swear a vow, as Enlin tossed a drop of blood toward him. Becoming a slave was more useful than any vow, as it was the most powerful restriction. If a slave dared to do anything detrimental to their master, their Dao foundation would crumble, and they would suffer all sorts of terrifying backlash. Thus, Enlin accepted a trash return to Void Stage slave. Dabai finally flew over from afar upon seeing this before slowly landing beside Enlin. Big brother is this going to be slave number 6 from now on? No, he's too weak, so he doesn't have a number, Enlin replied in an indifferent voice. Dong Gu crawled to his feet with difficulty. Su Wenjun. By the way, Senior Su Wenjun, I'll have to trouble you to find and protect the members of my 4-9 immortal sect. We'll meet on this mountain. And Lin said, No problem, I'll do my best. Su Wenjun was going to find Su Xin and Su Qinyan anyway, so this was a very convenient task for him. Dong Gu couldn't help but ask, Why didn't you ask me to go? I can do it as well. And Lin shot a glance at Dongwa. You, Su Qinyan and Lu Qinhuan can also handle enemies that you can't handle. If Su Qinyan and Lu Qinhuan can't handle enemies that you can't handle, then what's the point of having you go? PFFF. Dongwa felt as if a sword had been stabbed into his heart again, and he threw up another mouthful of blood. Su Wenjun clasped his hands over his face. To think that a Greenwood Imperial Family Divine General would be reduced to such a pitiful state. And Lin was telling the truth. Lu Qinhuan and Su Qinyan could basically look down on all soul formation stage powerful beings. As for Xiao, Zhe, and Tina, they could kill Dongguo with a single hand. Was Dongguo going to protect them, or were they going to protect Dongguo? Su Wenjun and Enlin bade farewell before flying to other parts of this mystic realm. Dongguo swallowed a spirit pill before meditating on the spot to recover from his injuries. And Lin thought about it for a moment before deciding to lend the blood-soul jade coffin to Dongguo in order to speed up his recovery. After all, Dongguo was wasting time, which meant that he was wasting Enlin's time as well. Dongguo was extremely envious at the sight of Enlin casually tossing out an immortal tool. But he didn't say anything as he obediently lay down on the coffin to recover from his injuries. A crimson light flashed for close to 10 kilometers. And the vitality of all plants within a radius of 5 kilometers was sucked away before flowing relentlessly toward Dongguo's body. Oh, I have to say this is much more impressive than when you were recovering from your injuries, Dabai. And Lin poked fun at Enlin. Dongguo will probably only be able to prove that he's a return to Void Stage mighty figure when he's recovering from his injuries. Dongguo had just recovered from his injuries, but he almost sustained internal injuries again upon hearing Enlin's teasing. This master has abused me thousands of times, but I can only smile on my face. Dongguo's severed arm had already been reattached by Enlin. Return to Void Stage mighty figures possessed extremely powerful life forces, so reattaching an arm and healing it quickly wasn't a difficult task for them. Boom, boom! The gargantuan mountain suddenly began to tremor slightly. Something's happening. And Lin unleashed his divine sense in a frenzy, and it instantly encompassed an area within a radius of over 150 kilometers. Such a large area naturally wasn't enough for him to detect minute details, but he was able to detect some general situations, such as powerful clashes of energy. And Lin turned his gaze toward a certain side of the gargantuan mountain. Over there. Let's go, Dabai. He immediately leaped onto Dabai's back and flew toward the location where the battle was taking place with the coffin in his hand. and Lin could sense a very familiar aura from the direction where the battle was taking place. Chapter 715. Dong crawled up from the coffin, and, "Master, I'm fine now." He had almost fully recovered from his injuries, and he was in a hurry to get up. After all, he couldn't just lie in his coffin while his master fought with others. He still wanted his face, and Lin stowed the blood-souled jade coffin away before instructing Donghua, "If a battle breaks out, make sure you protect Dabai." Dong's heart throbbed with grief. He was a return to void stage mighty figure, so why was he supposed to protect a dog? Soon, the three of them began to approach the battlefield. Vital energy surged violently here, and terrifying spell techniques would erupt from time to time, wreaking havoc in a radius of close to 10 kilometers. And Lin caught sight of the people engaged in battle. There was the handsome Bai Pengzi of the Flying Divine Sect, the cold Shuang Yakong of the Frosty Sun Immortal Sect, and the exquisitely beautiful Celestial Maiden Fei Ying of the Red Building Valley. The three of them seemed to be fighting over something, and heaven and earth were crumbling and mountains were crumbling, and Lin's brows furrowed. He didn't see the familiar aura emanating from that person. In the spacious area of the meandering mountain, a white brilliance was emitted. It formed a natural barrier, blocking the sweeping energy waves from the outside world. At the center of the white light, a massive black tree rose from the ground. There were 3 translucent fruits glowing with a snowy white divine light on the tree, and they were definitely high-rank immortal fruits. Aside from that, there was a massive azure python with a vast aura hiding behind the tree, trembling uncontrollably as it looked on at the battle taking place nearby. That python was most likely the guardian beast of the massive tree, and Lin had only just caught sight of the 3 people engaged in battle, and he didn't even get a chance to spectate before the 3 of them noticed Lin, and they immediately ceased their battle to stare at him with scorching light in their eyes. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Sorry for the interruption. You guys can continue." And Lin spoke with a sheepish expression. The 3 of them ignored him as they stared at the box on Lin's back with heavy breathing. And Lin swallowed before clamping onto Dabai's stomach and fleeing into the distance. "Go after him." Bai Pengzi transformed into a massive bird over 1,000 feet in size before flying toward Lin. "Get lost. The phoenix egg is mine." Shuang Yakong clapped his hands together, and the space around him suddenly became a realm of extreme frost. A terrifying resistance, limited by Pengzi's flight. A seductive smile appeared on Celestial Maiden Fei Ying's face as cherry blossoms danced in the air. She used the petals to clear a path, and her body instantly tore through the domain of extreme frost as she charged toward the 3 of them. In front of a phoenix egg, high-rank immortal fruits were nothing. The 3 of them changed their target to Lin and chased after the fleeing man without hesitation. Dong almost pissed himself upon seeing this. He was being chased by 3 return to void stage mighty figures. Why was it that he had to be chased down by Lin? "Donghua, go stop them." And Lin shouted. Donghua instantly burst into tears upon hearing this. "Master, I can't do it." He was only a rookie return to void stage mighty figure. How was he going to stop 3 veteran return to void stage mighty figures? Even if he risked his life, he wouldn't be able to stop it. "What do I need you for?" And Lin's expression was one of exasperation. Donghua immediately wrapped his arms around Dabai before accelerating into the distance. "I can protect Dabai." And Lin. Dabai. And Lin's impression of Donghua had been completely refreshed once again. However, he didn't say anything. After all, he didn't have high hopes for Donghua in the first place. Under normal circumstances, if a return to void stage mighty figure decided to run away, then even return to void stage mighty figures with a higher cultivation base would find it very difficult to catch up to them. However, it was quite clear that this was not the case for the rookie return to void stage mighty figure Donghua. The distance between Lin and the 3 return to void stage mighty figures was slowly shrinking. Sect leader Lin. Don't run so fast. Wait for me. A seductive voice sounded. Celestial Maiden Fei Ing flew toward them with a scorching and teasing expression on her face, and Lin turned to look at her with a light chuckle. Come and catch me. If you catch me, I'll let you. A light blush appeared on Celestial Maiden Fei Ying's face, and her seductive eyes looked as if they were about to burst into tears. Wait for me, I'll be right there. She was just about to unleash a mystic technique to increase her speed when a snowball suddenly hurtled toward her. An extremely powerful sense of danger forced her to unleash all of her defensive powers as countless flower petals revolved around her to form a solid barrier. Boom! A scintillating light suddenly erupted from the snowball, and a terrifying energy exploded forth imbued with the power of extreme frost, freezing the space within a radius of 5 kilometers. And Lin had used his final trump card, the snow explosion ball here. The terrifying power of the explosion enshrouded Celestial Maiden Fei Ying by Pengzi and Shuangyakong as heaven and earth were transformed into a violent blue color. All three of them were caught off guard and were swept up by the explosion before being inundated by a sea of energy. Even if this attack couldn't severely wound them, it would at least slow them down. It had to be said, the effect was quite obvious. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying was slightly injured, and the other two were also knocked flying for a distance. And Lin took advantage of this opportunity to open up a distance of several dozen kilometers between himself and them. You're still 10,000 years too early to catch me. And Lin turned to the disheveled trio with a mocking smile. Aside from Xiaolan, no one in this world can catch me. Donghua was astonished. Who's Xiaolan? She's so powerful. Xiaolan is Big Brother and Dao, partner to Beowulf. Dabai interjected. Donghua. So this was what he meant by catching up to them. As expected, and Lin's words were not something that normal people could fathom. Rumble, a golden ball of energy, suddenly swept toward Lin from the front. This ball of energy had an extremely peculiar appearance, and it caused the three of them to falter in their tracks. The golden yellow energy formed her face. Her round face was adorable, and her curled lips were proud but not delicate. Her slightly blushing cheeks made people feel infinite warmth. Her right eyes were filled with joy, and it made people's imaginations run wild. She raised her eyebrows to hide her achievements and fame. Slippery? Comical? And Lin felt like he had seen a ghost. A huge comical face was flying toward him. Wait, look at the top of the image. That's Duan Hunzi from the Life Harvesting Sect. Donghua yelled, and Lin focused his gaze to find Duan Hunzi standing on top of the comical face. Duan Hunzi had his chest puffed out and was charging toward them with a smug expression. And Lin's expression darkened upon seeing this, and 10,000 mythological beasts stampeded over his heart. What the hell was wrong with this guy? What was there to be smug about standing on top of the comical face? Oh, isn't that sect leader in Lin? Ha ha ha. As expected, my luck has improved after I put on the smile of the death god. This phoenix egg is mine. Duan Hunzi's voice was as loud as a bell as he charged toward Lin atop the comical face. And Lin's chest constricted upon hearing the smile of the death god. Did this guy have some kind of misunderstanding about comical faces? He didn't even have time to sigh with emotion as he immediately fled in another direction. Cold sweat was already pouring down Lin's forehead. Aside from Duan Hunzi, the other three auras were also closing in on him. At this moment, he was being pursued by 4 return to void stage mighty figures. If he couldn't find any allies, he would be screwed. Chapter 716. Master, what do we do now? Donghua looked behind him with an anxious expression to find that Dabai had already transformed into his miniature form and was lying on his head. Aren't you a return to void stage mighty figure? You're asking a soul formation stage cultivator like me what to do. And Lin snapped. Donghua. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. All we can do now is find the 4-9 immortal sect and Greenwood imperial family before they catch up to us. Otherwise, we're all screwed. Kacha! Another spatial rift appeared in front of him, and Lin and Dongwa immediately fled in another direction. Return to void stage mighty figures could teleport to a fixed location, and the time it took for them to tear open a spatial rift was more than enough for Lin and the others to get very far away. As such, it was better to just fly. When Shuang Yakong stepped out of the spatial rift, and Lin and the others had already become a black that in the distance. Shuang Yakong harumphed coldly before transforming into a frosty aura and giving chase again, and Lin and the others changed their escape routes from time to time, playing a game of cat and mouse with the 4 mighty figures. However, no matter how much they struggled, they were unable to widen the gap between them. Instead, they were drawing closer and closer. "We can't do this, Master. We won't be able to get away if things continue like this." Dongguo was getting more and more anxious. It was as if they were counting down to their deaths. And Lin didn't say anything. He didn't continue his exploration. Instead, he flew toward the other side of the mountain. Within the mountain, and Lin sensed that familiar burst of energy again, but it was only for a fleeting moment, so he couldn't sense it very clearly. Right now, he could only give it a try. He couldn't care so much anymore. If it was her, perhaps she could help him. Oh, he's flying toward this gargantuan mountain? Isn't he just committing suicide? Duan Hunzi chortled as he flew toward Lin, atop his comical face. The other 3 mighty figures were also ecstatic upon seeing this, and they all locked onto Lin before unleashing their own techniques in pursuit. "Master, why are you still flying toward the mountain? There's a boundless mountain in our way, and it's not going to be easy to dodge." Dongwa spoke with an urgent expression. "Cut the crap, just follow me." And Lin said impatiently, So, as Lin and the others flew around the massive mountain. The group of cultivators closed the distance between them. Duan Hunzi unleashed a soul slash that resembled a black scimitar. However, Lin managed to dodge it in time. "Yes, it's here." And Lin saw a very large cave entrance. Through the expansion of his divine sense, he found that there were many passageways inside. He dove into the cave without any hesitation, and Dongwa gritted his teeth as he followed, closely behind him. Right now, Dongwa had no other choice but to follow closely behind Lin. The temperature in the pitch-black cave was extremely high. After Lin flew for several hundred meters, the temperature had already reached 100 degrees. "Big brother, and this place is so strange." Woof! Dabai couldn't help but bark. As they went deeper, a faint green light began to appear in the space inside. The green light was emitted by the rocks, and it reflected the jagged stone walls inside. Love is a beam of light, and it's so green that it's terrifying. Dongwa turned to Lin with a hint of resentment on his face as he spoke, as if this was the final retaliation of a man who had been cheated on. "Shut up. Hurry up and conceal your auras to avoid detection by the enemy's divine sense." And Lin yelled. Everyone immediately concealed their auras. Vision was very limited in the inky black cave, and as long as they could conceal their auras to avoid detection by return to void stage mighty figures, it would be very difficult for return to void stage mighty figures to discover where they were. Soon, Lin arrived at the passageway leading to the cave entrance. "There are so many paths, which one do we go?" Dongwa asked in a panicked voice, and Lin recalled the general direction in which he had detected their auras before pointing toward a small cave entrance. "This way." At this moment, Duan Hunzi arrived at the cave entrance first, and the huge comical face crashed into the cave entrance before exploding. "Oh, my smile of the death god. You disappeared into the cave. I'll avenge you. I'm going to capture Lin and sacrifice him to the heavens." Duan Hunzi roared with grief. Soon, Bai Pingzi, Celestial Maiden Fei Ying, and Shuang Yakong all arrived at the cave entrance. "Oh, you sure are an interesting man. Don't let me catch you if you're playing hide-and-seek in a cave." A seductive smile appeared on celestial maiden Fei Ying's face. However, her eyes instantly turned a vibrant red, and it was as if her gaze could pierce through the darkness and all things. "You're just putting up a last-ditch struggle." Bai Pingzi flew through the air like the wind and charged forward without any hesitation. Shuang Yekong also transformed into a streak of white light and charged forward, unwilling to fall behind. All four of them were a little hesitant after arriving at the passageway leading to the cave entrance. Duan Hunzi waved a hand through the air, and countless wandering souls surged toward each passageway. There were at least 3 wandering souls in each passageway. Bai Pingzi pulled out a divination tool and waved it through the air before flying toward one of the passageways. Shuang Yekong was extremely sensitive to temperature, and he hesitated momentarily before flying toward one of the small passageways. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying stood on the spot, and a faint light shimmered in her eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. After a short while, she made her way toward one of the passageways, and Lin and Dong quickly flew forward, and for some reason, the green light around them became brighter and brighter. Even the temperature had risen significantly, as if they were approaching a furnace. "Big Brother In, are you sure we'll encounter allies if we go further in?" "Woof." Dabai was a little uneasy. "Don't worry, I can sense her aura, so there's no mistaking it," and Lin consoled in a gentle voice. Dong Gua heaved a faint sigh of relief upon hearing this, but at the same time he was also feeling a little displeased and aggrieved. Why was Master so much gentler to a dog than to him? Was this some kind of *T series? Hiss! A dark green rock snake abruptly sprang out from the darkness before biting toward the miniature Bayon Dong's head. Whoosh! A dazzling sword projection instantly sliced the rock snake in half. Dong sheathed his sword before turning to Enlin with a smug expression on his face. However, he was greeted by the sight of an expressionless face. Most importantly, there was a look of disdain in Enlin's eyes, as if he were looking at an idiot. Not only Enlin, but even Dabai heaved a forlorn sigh as it stroked Dong's head with its paw. "What is it?" Dongguo was a little confused. "If you attack without any scruples like this, there will be a lot of energy fluctuations. What will you do if the pursuing enemy detects it?" "Woof." Dabai replied, "Dongguo, why didn't he think of this? Even a dog is more thoughtful than you. Sai, you're hopeless." And Lin sighed with a disappointed expression. Dongguo's body swayed slightly, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He really wanted to retort, but there was no F*King way to do so. After traveling for a while longer, the passageway became wider and wider. Finally, they arrived in front of a palace with green flames burning within it. The metal gate leading into the palace was tightly shut, and a silver figure appeared before Enlin. Chapter 717. Enlin and Dabai were both dumbstruck at the sight of the silver figure. "Big Brother In, am I seeing things? How could this be?" "Woof." Dabai was extremely excited. "You're not seeing things, this is it." And Lin took a deep breath before replying. Dong was stared at the man and dog with a dumbstruck expression. Why couldn't he understand what they were saying? "Gundam 1, Gundam 2, your brother is here." And Lin spoke with excitement in his voice. That's right, the silver figure standing before them was none other than the intelligent robot created from the fusion of bloodline and technology. The silver figure turned toward Lin and the others, and a smile suddenly appeared on its face. "All those who approach this place must die." Bam! The sound of air exploding suddenly erupted. Then, right before the astonished eyes of Enlin, Donghua, and Dabai, the silver Gundam instantly appeared before Donghua, and a blue light erupted from the back of its arm as its fist crashed into Dong's chest like a cannonball. Boom! The air was twisted and warped by the force of the fist as it swept toward Donghua with mountain-toppling force. And then, right before Enlin's astonished eyes, Donghua was blasted flying by a single punch. Holy F asterisk CK. Are our Gundams this powerful? Woof! Dabai yelled as he ran. And Lin positioned himself in front of Dabai, and at this moment, the Silver Gundam had already unleashed a fist upon Lin. And Lin had already activated his divine inspection technique, and he was only just barely able to detect the trajectory of the fist. He unleashed his mountain quaking fist to take the attack head-on, and the collision of the two fists resulted in an explosion of energy that reduced the rock face within a radius of 100 feet to dust. Terrifying power coursed through Lin's arm before sweeping through his entire body, forcing him to stumble back in retreat. Is this really the same F** King Gundam as the Gundams? And Lin stared at the humanoid robot before him with astonishment on his face as a numb sensation ran through his arm. This power was already comparable to that of a return to Void Stage mighty figure. The Silver Gundam was just about to follow up with another attack when Sword Chi suddenly swept through the entire space. An azure sword projection tore through the air, piercing toward the Silver Gundam's chest with boundless power. Donghua finally unleashed his full power this time. This was the full power strike of a return to Void Stage mighty figure, and it was powerful enough to tear through space and annihilate all things. He planned to use this sword to take down Gundam. The Silver Gundam didn't dodge or evade. It just stretched out its palm, and then a blue ion deprivation light screen instantly enveloped its entire body. As the ripples circulated, it released a harmonious and perfect luster unique to technology. The sword light pierced the ionic light curtain, and an extremely terrifying hissing sound erupted. The extremely sharp sword light even tore a small crack in the surrounding space. However, such a terrifying sword slash was unable to cause any damage to the ion isolation light curtain. How could this be? Donghua stared at the scenes unfolding before him with incredulity on his face. He was a peerless sword immortal, yet he couldn't even deal with a mechanical puppet? His voice had only just fallen when the Silver Gundam materialized an extremely dazzling blue sword of light, which it slashed toward Donghua at an extremely fast speed. Donghua raised his sword to defend himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the Gundam and Donghua unleashed over 100 sword strikes at the same time. Sword Chi swept through the air as a fearsome sword net sliced through space and annihilated all things. Donghua became more and more shocked as the battle progressed. The mechanical puppet's sword techniques weren't stiff in the slightest. Instead, they were extremely intricate, and each and every one of its attacks was imbued with the true intent of the sword. It was as if a peerless sword immortal were wielding a sword. Whoosh! A mysterious and intricate sword projection pierced through all of Donghua's defenses and instantly punctured his lower abdomen. Donghua hurtled back in retreat as he stared at the Silver Gundam with shock on his face. He couldn't defeat this mechanical puppet. He couldn't even defeat this mechanical puppet. And Lin immediately charged forward and unleashed his evil-slaying sword upon seeing that Donghua was no match for it. Bam, bam, bam. And Lin unleashed his endless night sword technique from the get-go. The entire space was enshrouded in darkness as sword projections transformed into black streaks of light that swept through the air. His peerlessly domineering sword techniques were able to keep the Silver Gundam's sword projection at bay. The Silver Gundam suddenly opened its cavernous mouth as it swung its sword through the air upon seeing that its particle sword projection was ineffective against Lin. Boom! Dark purple dragon flames erupted forth with the power to engulf all things, instantly melting the rock formations within a radius of several hundred meters. And Lin was caught off guard and was also engulfed by the flames. Thankfully, his skin was quite thick. If he were a normal soul formation stage cultivator, he would have been reduced to a puff of smoke by the dark purple dragon flames. And Lin stumbled back in retreat. Cough, cough. Holy F asterisk CK. The power of these flames is on a completely different level. So my Gundams really are fakes. No, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind as a thought occurred to him. Could it be that the Gundams were enhanced in this space? Come on out, my Gundams! And Lin's storage ring flashed, and 2 imposing humanoid Gundams appeared in this world. Kill it for me. And Lin pointed at the silver Gundam and issued a command. The Gundams that hadn't shown themselves for a long time finally had a chance to shine. They charged toward the silver Gundam with boundless might. 2-on-1, we can win. One of the Gundams used a particle sword while the other controlled gravity, creating a seamless combination. However, they had only just begun to attack when the silver Gundam had already appeared in front of them. Its fists flashed with black lightning imbued with the power of annihilation as they crashed toward the 2 Gundams. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted as the metal bodies of the Gundams were dented, and they flew back like cannonballs before embedding themselves into the rock formations of the mountain. And Lin, my Gundams are fakes after all. In reality, and Lin could more or less guess why. Back when he was in the Greenwood Imperial family, Professor Yang, who had given him the Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 energy cores, had told him that the energy cores he had created could only activate about 20% of the puppet's abilities, which meant that this silver mechanical puppet that could insta-kill the 2 Gundams was most likely the real Gundam. Why would a purple star mechanical puppet appear here? And Lin didn't have time to figure this out. All he wanted to do now was subdue this Gundam before him and get behind the bronze gate. Yo, it looks like it's quite lively here. Do you need my help, big brother? A crisp voice with a hint of flirtatiousness suddenly rang out, and Lin and Dong's hearts jolted in unison as they turned toward the cave they had come from. A gorgeous woman with a graceful figure and shrouded in light flew toward them, but her eyes were glued to Lin's body. Sect leader Lin, I've caught up to you. This was none other than the sect leader of the Red Building Valley, Celestial Maiden Fei Ying. Chapter 718. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying was the first to discover Lin's presence, and she didn't want to waste any more time talking. The battle here had most likely already attracted the attention of other mighty figures. Big brother, I've already won your heart. Can you give me a small reward? Celestial Maiden Fei Ying turned to Lin as she spoke. It's over, master. We've been surrounded. Dongguo exclaimed in shock. Shut up and focus on the enemy. And Lin snapped. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying turned to Dongguo with a surprised expression. The mighty divine general of the Greenwood Imperial family has become Lin's slave? That's interesting. Dongguo pursed his lips as he grumbled in his heart. If you knew that Lin still despised a slave like me, you'd probably find it even more interesting. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying strode toward Lin with red tassels dancing around her body, leaving a series of sharp trajectories in the air. Her beauty was imbued with killing intent. The silver Gundam also drew closer and closer, and a dazzling light erupted from its particle sword. Enemy, target changed. Charge! The Gundam's slightly mechanical voice rang out, without the slightest hint of emotion. Then, right before Lin and Dong's astonished eyes, the Gundam flew toward Celestial Maiden Fei Ying as a blue particle sword projection extended for over 1,000 feet. Fei Ying's expression shifted as she positioned her hands in front of her to protect herself. Boom! The sword projection clashed with the cherry blossoms, and countless cherry blossoms were reduced to dust by the particle sword projection. However, the cherry blossoms continued to pour in, and they managed to keep the attack at bay. This sudden turn of events had both Lin and Dongguo astonished. My God, why is the mechanical puppet attacking her? Dongguo was perplexed, and Lin rolled his eyes. Do you know why the mechanical puppet is attacking us? Dongguo was rendered speechless again. Let's get out of here. There's no point in asking these questions. Let's take advantage of the chaos to get out of here, and Lin urged. And Lin stowed away the 2 Gundams and rushed toward the bronze gate with Dabai in tow. There were many stone tablets engraved with strange characters around the hall, and there were many green chains on the top of the walls. Those chains seemed to be made of some special metal, and they had an extremely strong fastening effect. It was also thanks to those chains that this place didn't collapse even after such a fierce battle. Dong rushed over to push the door open with all his might, only to find that the door seemed to have been sealed shut by some kind of terrifying power. He began to tear open space and tried to use spatial leap to enter the interior, only to find that the interior was isolated from the outside world. Dong slashed out a sword projection that was powerful enough to tear through space. The sword light landed on the bronze door, and a terrifying explosion sounded out. The bronze door trembled, but it still did not break. What the hell is this bronze door? This is definitely not a bronze door. And Lin was shocked. This gate seems to have been imbued with some kind of power of laws. Unless one has mastered the power of the divine Tao, it will be very difficult to break through, Dong said with a grave expression. Let's see if there are any mechanisms that can open this gate, and Lin suggested. The three of them immediately began to wander around the hall in search of something special. Don't even think about getting away! A woman's delicate cry suddenly sounded. A terrifying tornado of cherry blossoms enshrouded the silver Gundam before slicing it apart. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying transformed into a streak of pink light before pouncing toward Lin and the others. She was a return to void intermediate stage mighty figure, after all, so dealing with a silver Gundam was no problem for her. She didn't want to let the phoenix egg that was right in front of her slip away again. A green sword projection surged forth like a massive wave, but a pink crescent moon materialized in Celestial Maiden Fei Ying's hand, which sliced Dong's boundless sword projection in half. Fei Ying didn't stop there as she continued to charge toward Lin. Cherry blossom killing formation, 1,000-flower burial. Tens of thousands of cherry blossoms erupted with a crimson light, exuding a sinister, killing intent. They swept toward Lin from all directions. Each and every petal possessed the power to slice through space, and the countless cherry blossoms created an absolute killing formation that left Lin with no chance to evade. This was Celestial Maiden Fei Ying's true killing technique, and her objective was to kill Lin with a single strike. So what if he was more powerful than Donghua? Even 10 Donghwas wouldn't be able to escape from this attack. Black energy erupted from Lin's body as his aura began to soar, explosively. Origin energy of the netherworld. At the same time, a massive sun appeared in the sky from which boundless flames burst forth. Boundless purple flames enshrouded heaven and earth as starlight fell from the sky. Blue flames imbued with the power of burning ice swept through the ground like massive waves. Invisible heavenly void flames were omnipresent, incinerating everything within this space. The great holy flame, demonic star flame, setting moon flame, and heavenly void flame appeared at once to form a sea of divine flames that could incinerate all things. Boom! The entire space was engulfed by terrifying flames. Crimson cherry blossoms clashed with the flames, and the resulting shock waves caused the space around them to tremor and crumble. Fei Ying was also forced back a few steps by the terrifying flames, and her expression shifted drastically as she immediately unleashed a defensive barrier around herself. And Lin held the high-rank immortal tool, Divine Flame Bead, in his hand, and a golden flaming dragon swam out from within it. The dragon was like a fish in water within the sea of divine flames, and its aura became even more terrifying as golden scales appeared to have materialized on its body. Roar! The golden flaming dragon let loose an enraged roar as its flaming body broke through the layers of cherry blossoms before pouncing toward the woman. What, you can still retaliate? Celestial Maiden Fei Ying didn't think that a soul formation stage cultivator would be able to do this. Not only was he able to contend with her killing technique, but he still had the power to retaliate? Wasn't he a little too powerful? Celestial Maiden Fei Ying made a hand seal to summon a divine spirit with a white shield in its hand. Boom! The golden flaming dragon crashed into the shield and waves of flames instantly pulverized all of the cherry blossoms around it, creating a vacuum. Crack! The sound of something shattering erupted, and the shield was showing signs of crumbling. What terrifying power! Celestial Maiden Fei Ying made a few more hand seals in shock. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shields materialized in front of her. However, it was also at this moment that the golden dragon disappeared. The sea of divine flames also disappeared, and Lin panted heavily as he stood on the spot before swallowing a blood spirit pill. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying looked at the 3 shields before her, and she felt like she had been deceived. It was also at this moment that the silver Gundam broke through Fei Ying's trapping formation before slashing its particle sword toward her again. "Are you all right, Master?" Donghua ran toward Lin. "I'm fine." And Lin waved a hand before looking around at the palace, which had been reduced to nothingness by the divine flames, with only a series of azure chains remaining. "I don't think there are any traps left. If there really were any F*King traps, they would have all been destroyed. Should we run in the opposite direction?" Donghua suggested. There was no path forward, so they could only run back. "We have another choice." And Lin murmured to himself as he looked at Celestial Maiden Fei Ying. "Kill her while she's down." "Woof!" Dabai yelled with excitement. Donghua understood. 3 against 1. Chapter 719. The Silver Gundam's overall combat prowess was roughly equivalent to that of a veteran returned to Void initial stage mighty figure, while Celestial Maiden Fei Ying was at the return to Void intermediate stage, so the Gundam was at a disadvantage. However, if Lin and Donghua were to join the fray, the situation would be completely different. There was a limit to a cultivator's power, and Fei Ying was a little fatigued after a few rounds of continuous battles. How long would she be able to last if she was attacked by multiple enemies? "Demon girl, hand over your life." And Lin roared loudly as he circulated the Endless Night sword technique with all his might, and he slashed out numerous, shocking black rainbow sword lights. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying unleashed her flying flower dance steps to evade the sword projections as a frosty expression appeared on her face. "The thing I hate the most in my life is people calling me demonic woman." Finished speaking, she turned her body and used the Imperial 1,000 Flowers as a blade, slashing out a dazzling half-arc. The momentum of this attack was extremely great, and the energy contained within it caused space to tremble. Moreover, it carried with it a murderous intent that caused the surrounding air to suddenly freeze. And Lin and the Silver Gundam were both struck by the saber and were instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away. Unfortunately, they were all people with thick skin and thick flesh, so they were completely unscathed after taking a direct hit. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying turned to look at Lin with a dumbstruck expression. She could understand why the Silver Gundam's defensive prowess was so high, but why did a Soul Formation stage Cultivator have such high defensive prowess as well? This didn't make sense. Just as she was in a daze, a sword light that contained an extremely strong sword intent pierced through the barrier of flowers and pierced towards her heart. Donghua had been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying had yet to recover from her previous attack, and her mind was slightly distracted, which was when he unleashed his sword to seal the deal. "Get lost!" Celestial Maiden Fei Ying waved her sleeves through the air with an extremely impatient expression. Her pink sleeves danced through the air like clouds, and as they were pulverized by Donghua's longsword, she suddenly switched from a gentle stance to an extremely forceful one. She evaded the trajectory of Donghua's sword at an extremely difficult angle before striking Donghua's chest. Rumble! His sleeve was like a heaven-shattering sledgehammer, and Donghua's chest caved in. PFFF. Donghua threw up a mouthful of blood as he hurtled back in retreat. Dreams were plentiful, but reality was as simple as reality. Never would Donghua have thought that his decisive strike would result in him being severely wounded and forced to retreat. At this moment, and Lin and the Silver Gundam had already pounced toward Celestial Maiden Fei Ying, unleashing a relentless barrage of spell techniques. If it weren't for this tactic, Dongguo would most likely be dead already. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying was becoming more and more impatient. She was unable to take down Lin due to the obstruction of the Silver Gundam and Dongguo. Not only that, but with the continuous high-intensity battles, the power in her body had gradually weakened. If she continued to fight, she would very likely lose. She was the first person to catch up to Lin, so how could Fei Ying allow herself to miss the phoenix egg again? With a ruthless expression, she bit the tip of her tongue and was about to use some kind of secret technique that required a price. "Oh, so it was here? Found you, he." A voice as cold and gloomy as if it had come from the Nine Hells, its hoarse voice carrying a bone-piercing chill. Fei Ying hurtled back in retreat, and three black, ghostly faces suddenly appeared within the palace with sinister smiles on their faces. "Duan Hunzi, it's you." Fei Ying's brows furrowed as she spoke. "That's right, it's me." The three ghostly faces chortled with glee. One of the ghostly faces mocked. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying and sect leader Lin fought for 800 rounds, giving me the perfect opportunity to strike, ha ha ha, and Lin's expression darkened. What the hell was going on? The second ghostly face spoke. "Stay where you are and don't move. I'm coming with the smile of the death god." The third ghostly face chuckled. "Wait for a minute, maybe in the next minute." Boom! And Lin immediately unleashed a mountain-quaking fist to pulverize the three ghostly faces. "Nice one." Celestial Maiden Fei Ying clapped her hands together with a seductive smile. "All bad guys who interrupt our flirting must die." And Lin. No matter how he looked at it, Celestial Maiden Fei Ying looked like a seductive woman. Why did she dislike people calling her a seductive woman? However, the ghostly faces had only just exploded when sinister winds began to howl from within the massive hole. "Ha ha ha. These little brats really don't know any manners these days. They're going to beat my little soul to death for no reason. Looks like I'll have to teach them a lesson." Duan Hunzi arrived on a gigantic, comical face. His silver hair danced in the wind, and there was a deranged and wanton expression on his face. And Lin's lips twitched at the sight of the comical face. "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" "Huh. Master, another return to Void intermediate stage enemy has arrived. We can't beat him. What do we do?" Dongguo's features paled with fear, and he was suddenly struck by the urge to retreat as he looked at the approaching Duan Hunzi. "We do have to find a way to escape." And Lin nodded. Dongguo felt a little more confident upon seeing Lin's calm expression. And Lin turned to him and asked, "Dongguo, what do you think?" Dongguo faltered upon hearing this. "What do I think? How the F*CK are we supposed to escape? Are you asking me?" And Lin heaved a resigned sigh at the sight of Dongguo's dumbstruck expression. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Tang Shimin. At this moment, Fei Ying and Duan Hunzi had already pounced toward Lin. Both of them were unleashing their full power, and they were determined to secure the phoenix egg before anyone else arrived. One of them swept through the air with his blood-kill cherry blossoms, while the other sliced through space with his divine sense saber. And Lin and Dongguo both chose to retreat at the same time, but to their surprise, the Silver Gundam took the initiative to meet them. It spread its arms open, and a blue ionic deprivation light barrier kept the attacks of the two return to Void stage mighty figures at bay. Boom, 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 an extremely terrifying collision of energy caused the space within a radius of over a kilometer to tremor violently. Everything within a radius of over a kilometer was reduced to dust, and the sealed space around them was completely shattered. And Lin, Dabai, and Dongguo were blasted flying by the shockwave before crashing into the bronze gate. However, to everyone's surprise, the indestructible gate was smashed open by 3 people and a dog. And Lin, Dabai, and Dongguo were dumbstruck. They seemed to have seen the Silver Gundam turn around to look at them. The bronze gate then immediately closed again, sealing off their pursuers. Fei Ying and Duan Hunzi were also dumbstruck. Holy F asterisk CK, how did the gate open? The two of them immediately unleashed all of their power to break through the Silver Gundam's defenses before transforming into streaks of powerful light that crashed toward the bronze gate. Boom! The two of them were knocked dizzy by the impact, but the gate didn't budge in the slightest. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying, Duan Hunzi. The Silver Gundam pounced toward the two of them again with its particle sword in hand, only to be slammed into the gate by the enraged duo. Here! Duan Hunzi unleashed a dark dragon cannon blast, and the Gundam's alloy skeleton began to creak and crack. Amidst the energy explosion, a crack suddenly appeared on the door. The Gundam was blasted into the crack, and then the door quickly closed again. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Celestial Maiden Fei Ying, Duan Hunzi. Chapter 720. Tina was extremely proficient in the Tao of space, so she was the first to detect the spatial swap. Unfortunately, the spatial swap was far too powerful, and even she was unable to resist it. She was only able to utter a single word of warning before she was sucked into this mystic realm. The mystic realm was very large, and it was equivalent to a small world. The sky of this world was very orbiting, and it was filled with expressions that did not seem to understand. Tina smiled in the direction of the mysterious smile in the sky. She looked into the mirror to find that her eyes were in place, but her smile wasn't as wide. However, it was still quite fun. There was a hint of natural mockery in its cuteness, and she really liked this expression. However, Tina quickly put away her playful thoughts. She knew that there was something very important that she had to do, and that was to find Giant and Lin as soon as possible. And Lin was carrying an egg on his back, so he was definitely going to be beaten up by everyone. Tina had to go protect him. Thus, Tina spread her wings and flew into the distance. The place she appeared in was a boundless crimson land. However, the scorching temperatures didn't render this place barren. Instead, it gave birth to many fire-type creatures. There were demonic vines spewing flames, blood trees with vibrant colors, and huge beasts enshrouded in flames. The little fairy felt like her horizons had been broadened greatly. She even slew a few flaming birds and a flaming demonic dragon before stowing them away into her storage ring. These were the ingredients for the frying pan. These were fire-type meats, so they would definitely be very delicious if they were cooked in a frying pan with some chili peppers. Tina was probably the only one who was still thinking about ingredients among all the living beings that had entered this mystic realm. Tina wandered around aimlessly, and before she knew it, she had arrived at the center of the mystic realm. There, she saw the massive phoenix diagram that was constructed from a series of cracks in the ground. Wow, it's so majestic. It's so big. Tina exclaimed in amazement as her emerald eyes blinked. A thought suddenly occurred to her. If the phoenix egg that Giant and Lin had snatched from her could grow to be as big as Tina's, then it would be fun. From a rough estimate, the phoenix was several dozen kilometers in length. This meant that if a phoenix of this size were to fall from the sky, it would be able to destroy a large city. Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem that fun anymore. It's cuter if it's smaller, Tina murmured as her thoughts began to drift away again. Right at this moment, Tina detected an extremely faint spatial tremor. She was extremely sensitive to space, so this anomaly did not escape her perception. Tina turned toward the gargantuan mountain in the distance. Is it over there? It must be a battle between Return to Void Stage mighty figures, right? She tore through space and leaped towards the giant mountain without hesitation. Gotcha! Somewhere on the giant mountain, an extremely petite elf tore through space and arrived in this world. Are they going to stop fighting so soon? She looked around curiously, trying to find a trace of him. Boom, 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 the sounds of battle could be heard from afar. Tina flew toward that direction excitedly, only to discover that two groups of soul formation stage powerful beings were fighting over something halfway up the mountain. Oh, and there was also a huge azure python with a powerful aura. It was currently standing in front of a tree and had swallowed a cultivator into its stomach. What was most surprising to Tina was that there was a huge black tree behind the azure python. There were 3 translucent fruits glowing with snowy white divine light on the tree, and they were definitely high-rank immortal fruits. The Flying Divine Sect, the Frosty Sun Immortal Sect, and the Azure Python were engaged in a 3-way battle. It was quite clear that 2 of them were here to steal something, but their leader wasn't here. The Azure Python was responsible for guarding the item, and it was quite powerful at the soul formation pinnacle stage. The immortal fruits were being guarded by it. Perhaps it would even have a chance to eat those cultivators. Tina's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of this treasure, perhaps because she had been with Lin for a long time. Isn't this something that belongs to me? I'm taking it. I'm taking it all. Tina's figure abruptly flashed forward to arrive at the battlefield. With a spread of both her hands, a white square instantly appeared within a radius of 1,000 meters. The cultivators and pythons within the square were all bound up by a terrifying spatial shackle. The cultivators of the Flying Divine Sect and the Frosty Sun Immortal Sect were astonished as they stared at the uninvited guest before them with shock and horror. Why did a return to void stage mighty figure suddenly appear in the middle of a battle? And it was Tina from the 4-9 Immortal Sect, no less. It's over. The fat meat that was in their hands was snatched away just like that. The group of cultivators wanted to cry but had no tears. The Azure Python was trembling uncontrollably. Why did a return to void stage mighty figure appear so soon after the 3 extremely fearsome mighty figures had left? F***CK off. How was it supposed to guard the immortal fruits, now that so many terrifying beings had appeared? There was a massive disparity in power between the guardian beast and the invaders. It was already a miracle that it could even survive. Just as the Azure Python was trembling uncontrollably, Tina flapped her golden wings and hummed a little tune as she flew toward the huge black tree before plucking the fruits. She murmured to herself as she plucked the fruits. 1 immortal fruit, 2 immortal fruits, 3 immortal fruits. Success! Hee. Tina has also had a miraculous encounter. All of the cultivators and the python instantly had tears streaming down their faces. This was no F***king miraculous encounter. This was robbery. This was robbery. After plucking the fruits, a thought suddenly occurred to Tina, and she released the spatial seal on the Azure Python. Let me ask you, how often does this tree bear fruits? Tell me the truth, or I'll cut you down with my sword. The Azure Python shuddered in fear, and it seemed to have guessed Tina's intentions as it replied in a trembling voice. This tree bears immortal fruits once every 10,000 years, and it can only be nurtured using the energy of this divine mountain. It can't be nurtured anywhere else. Tina instantly lost interest upon hearing that it would take so long to nurture the fruits. At this moment, the Azure Python hesitated momentarily before issuing a warning. I advise you to return the immortal fruits to me. Otherwise, you're going to piss off someone you can't afford to piss off. Who is it? Tina asked. Humph. She's the ruler of this world, Black Spirit Snake. The Azure Python threatened. Oh, I don't know her. Tina stowed the immortal fruits into her storage ring with elation. The Azure Python. She planted these immortal fruits here, so you'd better return them. I don't know why she hasn't appeared yet, but if she finds out about this, you'll face the harshest punishment. The Azure Python was still not giving up on its threat. Oh, then I'll just return the immortal fruits to her when she comes to find me, Tina replied with a dainty smile. The Azure Python had no response to this and could only glare at Tina with rage. That's all for now. I still have to find Giant and Lin, bye-bye. Tina left just as silently as she had arrived. She waved a sleeve and took the 3 immortal fruits with her.